top of Anderson. Tracks all the way back in,
It
it
is.
does. And he's locked in, but what a goal!
Inundated. So popular.
Yeah.
That's good. I see the A team's on tonight too.
That's it.
I don't know.
Phil's saying he's nervous because he's sprint up. We're looking for a couple of lap scorers to get our event underway tonight. Even if it's for one of our races or a couple of our races, if you can do some lap scoring, just make your way down to the finish line just to help our events run smoothly. As long as you can count to 12, then you're qualified for the job. Down here with the people. That's it. Were you pull the first group out? So
Oh no, I'm actually just looking for 3. Good evening, everybody. If anybody who hasn't checked in for the first race, so I'm looking for Jordan Smith from Mentone, Matthew Morrison from Yarra Rangers, and Ben Dykeman from Eureka. If you're here, please make your way down to the start line to grab your hip numbers. Thank you.
Just some important information for all athletes. All athletes are required to have a front bib and a back bib on for competition tonight. So all athletes to wear a front bib and a back bib for tonight. If you do not have that in your possession right now, please come to the administration desk at the finish line. Thank you.
I've got 9 and 10 scratching at the moment.
9 and 10 scratching at the
Well,
moment.
I don't.
Yeah, not at the moment. Yeah, I see you covered.
Good, John, you?
Yeah, so I did PE teaching, so...
Yeah, cool, awesome, yeah.
Yeah, bit of a cruisier. Cruisier gig, most
yeah.
especially at all boys school. Most of the boys want to be there.
Oh, mate, yeah, no.
If anything, it's like a bit too much.
Vice versa. I did my music placement in a public school, year 7s and 8s.
Yeah, right.
Where it's just like, no one gives a fuck. It's like, man, it's bad. It's horrible. Oh, yeah, no.
Is it all where you like as part of their core subjects? Like everyone had to do it. It's like theory and stuff.
Everyone had to do it. Yeah. So it was actually did as a year 8 that went there. Everyone had to do it. Yeah. So yeah, of course when you're forced to do it, then of course what do you expect? Yeah. Like
We're still missing athlete for the first race, please.
how many we got?
Missing Matthew Morrison, Yarra Rangers, and Ben Dykeman from Eureka. Yeah, he'll be in the traffic. Yes. Missing them. Missing at the moment.
Do you want to put an announcement or
Yeah.
sure?
I mean, yeah, we're happy.
Yeah, if they're not here.
U20. That's,
And if you do,
you will get into a draw.
we'll get into the draw to maybe win tickets. Is that
Yes.
So our first race is about to get underway for the evening here at the Victorian 5K Championships. For those in the stands, On are here, our sponsors for Athletics Victoria. They are right near the start-finish line. Come and try on a pair of their shoes. You may be given a free On t-shirt. You also will go into the draw to win a couple of tickets to the Zatopek Championships coming up in a few weeks' time. So come over and visit the team at On, who are stationed in the marquee over near the start-finish line throughout the evening.
So we're almost set to go for our first race of the night here at the On Victorian 5,000 metre championship. It will be the men's 5,000 metre e-race, and we will have a field of 14 for you. We'll introduce the field once the race gets underway. So away and racing here, race number 1 here. It is the men's 5,000 metre AA race and a field of 14 for you. We'll introduce them as I come down for the front straight for the first time. And station 1, it is Stephen Flanagan from South Melbourne. Station 2, John Charles from On Victorian. Station 3, Keenan Seymour from South Bendigo. Station 4, John Curry from Doncaster. Station 5, South Melbourne's Ross Pentland. In 6, Maccabi's Ariel Golvan. Station 7, Jordan Smith from Mentone. Station 8, Jason Quinn from Mornington. Station 9, Matthew Morrison, Yarra Rangers. Station 11, Karma Spoil of Coburg. Station 12, Jimmy Goulis, Melbourne Uni. Station 13, also from Melbourne Uni, Francesco Chancio. In 14, Old Zavarians, Alan Coleman. And Station 15, representing Mansfield, Andrea Vecchi.
So a bit of a pack forming at this stage, although the PBs do range between the 17 to the 18 into 19 minute mark. So we'd expect the leaders to be going through at about a minute 21, a minute 22 per lap, or a 3:24 per K. So we'll keep an eye on the clock as they progress through the 12 and a half laps here at Lakeside Stadium. So Vecchi from Mansfield has made a strong start in the yellow kit. Stephen Flanagan from South Melbourne has been up the head of the field from the start, and Gloven from Maccabi has joined the party as well. So it's a race in 5 at the front as they cruise through the first 600 metres. And the train of athletes just starts to extend over the track as the breeze does start to pick up, unfortunately, off the lake here at Albert Park.
Yeah, although the breeze is picking up, we do see that that fairly spread out sort of field, and it shows that athletes, despite the conditions, are looking for a slightly faster time. But as we go down that back straight, that pack of 5, we can just see that Olds Varians athlete there in John Charles, looking to latch on to that lead group. We also have one of our Melbourne University athletes not too far behind as well too. So that pack of 5 looking to maybe turn into a pack of 7, Michael, as they go through lap number 2.
Yeah, so you're going to need to run smart tonight, and it is all Vecchi at the start, at the head of the field from Mansfield. He's made the trip down. Got to make it worth it tonight here on a Thursday evening at Lakeside Stadium. And Flanagan with the home track advantage, the athlete from South Melbourne, hasn't had to travel near as far as Vecchi from Mansfield. So they go through the first kilometre in 3:21, just a tick under that 17-minute 5K pace, and there is a pack of 7 who have well and truly formed right at the head of the field.
To be one of our South Melbourne athletes, also Mentones, that is Jordan Smith, just sort of falling off the pace a little bit. So it looks like we may have 2 sort of pace groups emerging in this first race. It's good to see athletes potentially working together to get some fast times tonight here at Lakeside. But we just see that pack of 7 just bunching up a little bit as they go through the 4-minute mark here in this race. About 1,200 metres in to this 5,000 metre journey.
And just to break in the commentary for one moment, anyone who's arrived at the track, make sure you come and check in at the start-finish line, just under the Athletics Victoria marquee. If you are in that second race, please come and pick up your bibs just to that finish line marquee. So come and pick up your bibs if you're in the second race.
So now we see Stephen Flanagan along with, that is Gentio from Melbourne Uni. Looks to just break away from that initial pack of 7. So wait and see how long this move sort of lasts, whether it lasts the duration of this race. See Gentio checking his clock as well too, so making sure he's staying on his desired pace as well.
So pretty gutsy making a move so early in a 5K race, but an athlete like Flanagan has probably done numerous laps here at Lakeside Stadium. He's running metronomically so far. And that pack of 5 is still pretty tight and almost going to let the next few runners in. So seems like a race in a few little mini races happening on Lakeside Stadium right now. But Stephen Flanagan, he's put himself in a very good position from the gun as he comes through 4.5 laps, almost approaching that 2 kilometre mark. And it seems like he's just extending his stride and making this race him, chasing his PB of 17 minutes, trying to crack that barrier for the first time. Is Chiankio from Melbourne Uni, does his best to bridge that gap. John Charles is the leader of that second pack, and he's pulling along Goulis from Melbourne Uni. One of our early leaders in Goulburn from Maccabi is right there in the mix, as is Quinn from Mornington. As the athletes starting to spread across the track, Vecchi from Mansfield, our early leader, just starting to drop off ever so slightly. And we look through, they go through that first 2 kilometres in a 6:46, so a tick under that 17-minute 5K pace. Pretty evenly paced so far for Flanagan, as the others just start to fall off that 17-minute pace a little bit. Those next couple of packs probably looking around a 17:15 to 17:20 finishing time if they maintain.
Yeah, beautiful. That one. Thank you. So we just see our lead athlete starting to lap some of our other competitors. So it's probably about 11 athletes from this field within about 100 metres of each other, which is good to see. We like to see some nice close racing here at Lakeside as we approach towards the halfway point of this men's E-race. So it is still Stephen Flanagan from South Melbourne. It's probably opened that gap to about 20 metres to Chian Keogh of Melbourne University. But I can almost just see that the next four boys, so it looks to be the older variant athlete there, John Charles, one of our other, that might be Goulis from Melbourne University as well too, maybe catching Chian Keogh a little bit as they wrap around the bend.
And Phil, keep your eye on Carmus Ball, who is the athlete from Coburg. He's sort of making his way through the field and almost up onto the heels of our Mornington athlete as they round the pole vault and steeplechase area. So I think Carmus, as he passes through 2.5 kilometres, had a little bit of running in the legs. So we're going about 8:30 to 8:40 going through that first 2.5 Ks.
Yeah, so still looking around that low 17 sort of mark at the moment, but we just see a group of three looking to merge on top of Chian Keogh from Melbourne University. So that is the John Charles pack, the John Charles trio, if you want to call it as well too, looking to latch on to the Melbourne University athlete, but Flanagan just looks to extend his lead down the back straight as we look to hit the 3 kilometre mark fairly shortly. And it might be your man there in Carmus Bowl, Michael, maybe looking for some late running to maybe merge onto that pack of now 4.
Yeah, we're keeping our eyes on the whole field here. Flanagan obviously making a good run for it and is well and truly time trialling this 5,000 metre event by himself at the head of the field with just over 2 kilometres to go. But yeah, I am liking the running of Carmus Ball from Coburg, who's sitting in that 6th position currently, but he is well and truly making his way up to that main pack there in 4. So Flanagan goes through that 3K mark in 10:15, just over that 17-minute mark. 10:22, 10:23, 10:24 for that pack there. And for the rest of our runners, 10:28, 10:29 and a 10:30, which will put them at 17:30 5K pace.
Yeah, impressive maths there, Michael, as we see Flanagan just extend that lead to maybe about 50 metres. And we do have that new pack of 4 moving down as well, potentially using that lakeside breeze with them. I think the breeze is going down the back straight at the moment. And we do see your man Carmus Bowl maybe joining that pack of 5, maybe in the next 200 metres as they'll wrap it past the main grandstand here. So certainly some good racing unfolding early on at the On Victorian 5,000 metre championships.
As this is the 5,000 metre championships, we can think of this in 5 kilometre parkrun terms, and the first 8 or 9 athletes in this race are running at 17.5 minute or faster parkrun pace. So keeping in mind this is our first race of the night, the pace well and truly is on here at the 5,000 metre championships. To run 17:30 for a 5K, you're looking at 3:30 per kilometre. So it is not slow by any stretch of the imagination here at Lakeside. He's very, very quick running as Carmus Bowl just makes his way onto the heels of our Maccabi athlete from that pack. Flanagan, don't worry about him, is charging towards the finish line. His pace ticked over the 17-minute mark, but I reckon he can, with some strong running in the final few laps, bring it back under that 17 for Flanagan in the South Melbourne singlet. He's bridging a gap of about 70 or 80 metres over this second pack here.
So the next person down the back straight behind that pack of 5, so it looks to be the other South Melbourne athlete there in Ross Pentland. Then it may be the Mornington athlete there in Jason Quinn, maybe 10 metres behind. Next through Jordan Smith of Mentone. Then it'll probably be one of our other Olds variants athlete there. That might be Alan Coleman behind, so he goes through to the 200 metre mark. But looked ahead of the field. Stephen Flanagan, the clock hits 13 minutes. He'll come through with 3 laps to go. So we'll be hoping to get his 4 kilometre split soon as we see the next 5 athletes move up to the finish line as well too. As we see Carmus Bowl, good move. So sitting back a little bit, but is now seen himself go into second place. So some good running there from Carmus Bowl.
So I don't want to say I picked it, but I picked it a few laps ago. Carmus timing his run and just working his way through the field slowly. Just increasing that pace ever so slightly as laps ticked on and run this race and timed his run to perfection. So he finds himself in second position. He does also find himself now having to chase a man who is in about 80 or 90 metres ahead of him down the track. So not an easy task. So Carmus, the man who was chasing 5 or 6 athletes in front of him, is now being chased. But he has got the wheels to make this run over the final few laps. As we see Flanagan entering the home straight with only 2 to go.
So Flanagan's seed time was on that 17-minute, but I'll tell you what, with the rate at which he's going, he could potentially go under. 14:20 on the clock as he goes through with about 7:50 left. And it is still Carmus Bowl in second, so that pack of 5 maybe just spreading out a little bit as the fatigue starts to set in. So next through it is Ciancio, then it is John Charles, next through will be Jimmy Goulis, the Maccabi athlete there in Goulburn, and then it'll be Morrison, the Yarra Rangers athlete.
So Morrison, our Yarra Rangers athlete, was the last to make the start line here, running late from work, I think, but he has made up for it well and truly, running a solid race, and he has pretty much worked his way through the field as well. So we see a bit of a challenge for that second position on the back straight now from Chechi, coming up just on the inside of Bowl. So with 2 laps or 1.5 laps to go for Chechi and Bowl, they'll have a bit of a battle on their hands, hopefully spurring each other on to run a pretty strong last 1.5 laps and get down into the region of the low 17 minutes. So with Flanagan coming in to collect the bell with 1 lap to go, the clock ticks over 15:30, 15:31, 15:32 with 1 lap to go. He just needs to run a 1:28 to close in under 17 minutes, which I think he can well and truly do. It would only take him to maintain the pace he's been running all race.
So we see Stephen Flanagan, he's going to finish his race in about 300 metres time. Just a reminder for all athletes, when you're finishing your race tonight, to please finish in lane number 3. So Stephen Flanagan will move to lane number 3 and hopefully under a minute's time as the clock goes over that 16-minute mark. He's definitely charging towards that sub-17. So 16:12, 16:13 as he goes through 150 to go. And we see that initial pack of 5, it's probably spread out to about 50 metres. This is still Ciancio and that is Carmus Bowl right next to each other, but Ciancio makes the move down the back straight to maybe stretch away from Carmus Bowl. So Flanagan will turn for home, 120 out. So 16:32, 16:33 on the clock. He now pulls out wide. He's going to move past the South Bendigo athlete there in Keenan Seymour, doing a phenomenal job. But let's make some noise for Stephen Flanagan as he moves out wide. He's going to stop the clock here around that 16:50 mark. 16:50, 62 unofficially. Should be wrapped with that under that 17-minute mark. As we see Bois and Ciancio move around with 120 to go as the clock ticks over 17 minutes.
So we remind all our athletes to finish in lane 3, please. Finishing in lane 3 outside of those yellow cones. And they're charging towards the finish line. I think there's been 5 or 6 lead changes from a few laps to go. And he's going to be Bowl ahead of Chechi for second and third position there as they tick over just about the 17:20 So Charles, that's right. Charles Golvan Goulis just ticking over that 17:30 mark. Pentland coming in tick under 17:40. Quinn charging towards the finish line. He'll collect a time just under 17:50, 17:47 unofficial for Quinn. Smith goes 17:53. Coleman just a tick under 18 minutes, of course. Check AFS Vic Results Hub for all official results from the 5,000 metre championships after the event. They won't take too long to come up at all. So unreal running for our first race here at the 5,000 metre championships. A bit of a back and forth battle in the minor placings, and we saw Flanagan pretty much time trial from the start and run a massive negative split across the 5,000 metre event. Very impressive indeed.
Yeah, it certainly is. 16:50. That's an E-race, Michael, as well too. So just shows what phenomenal racing we have ahead. So stick around, folks. I reckon we could see some fast times later on this afternoon, particularly in our A-races and Victorian Championship events, as we see Vecchi from Mansfield come through just under that 19-minute mark. And then So once again, good running by all of our competitors. We should have our D-race athletes starting fairly shortly as well. But we see our athletes making the most of some pretty decent conditions early on. So is it all athletes to report to the finish line and then they move out?
Yeah.
Sammy
Mary. You naughty boy, Sammy. All right. All right, hip. On order. Right. You got both your numbers on? So those and so he's on the steering line. Yeah. Owen.
So John Curry from Doncaster coming through and collecting the bell to enter his last lap of the 5,000 metres. So one lap to go, 400 metres left for John Curry.
And also number 20. Add number 20.
He's got.
Use that pen that I gave you.
Oh, yeah, no, Michael's got it.
I don't know how many laps to go he's got. I think it's 3. Is it? Yeah. Just double check with the lap scorer.
So we see Keenan Seymour with 3 laps to go in this E-race. So clock ticking over 22 minutes or so now. So let's keep giving Keenan some encouragement, everybody. It's great to see him front up here at Lakeside tonight. Giving it a red hot go as we see a Doncaster athlete, John Curry, emerge onto the front straight.
Yeah, just so yeah, so
He's finishing. So here comes John Curry to the finish line, folks. So around that 22:45 mark. So great effort there by John to complete his 5 kilometre journey here at Lakeside tonight. So Seymour approach the 4 kilometre mark, entering his last K at 23 minutes. Athletes are reminded to report to the finish line first before getting sent out to the 5,000 metre start line on the other end of the ground.
Happy for the next race, which is the open under 20. If they turn up.
So Seymour C time around the 29:30 mark. So at the moment, looking on track to maybe eclipse that. Once again, conditions aren't horrible here at Lakeside tonight. I've definitely seen worse with the breeze. See the clock hit 24 minutes and he'll collect with 2 laps to go.
Michael Kernahan.
No, he's about your height, but he's
Oh, he's Brit.
he's like quite developed, but he's not like
I'm entering.
yeah. He's like
A distance runner.
He's got a bit of size about him.
Young guys.
There's the next race, Michael, as well. That's the women's B.
But he's every week it's like, come on, mate. I'm sure he's got an Italian. I'm sure he's got an Italian. Yeah, no, I know who Michael is. He's always at ABSL. He wears a hat, actually. He wears a hat backwards.
I'm not sure. I'll look up.
Yeah.
So just under 600 metres left for our South Bendigo athlete. At the moment, certainly looking on track to eclipse his 29:30 time. As we look to the 26-minute mark in this E-race. So 4:50 left. So let's give him some encouragement, everybody, as he goes through with 1 lap to go. It's not an easy feat running a 5K, in my opinion, in my own sprinter's opinion. So it's great to see everyone fronting up and having a good crack. So 26:39, 26:40 as he goes through 1 lap left. He's made the trek from Bendigo to get a faster time than his seed time, and he's certainly looking on track to do that.
Okay, race 2 over here, please.
So anyone who's just hanging out in the stands, make sure you go and see our friends at On. They're positioned just near the finish line underneath the marquee, so you can test out some of their shoes. And if you do, there might be a free T-shirt in it for you. And there might be some tickets to the Zatopek championships coming up next month. So you have to go in the draw to win those tickets, but you only go into the draw if you come and say hi to our friends at On underneath the marquee near the finish line.
So here he goes, everybody. Keenan Seymour to the finish line as he approaches the end of his 5 kilometre journey. He's going to get under that 29-minute mark. His seat time was at 29:30, so it's probably going to be a personal best for him. Great to see all of our athletes in our next race giving him some encouragement as well too. So about 28:50 on the clock there for Keenan Seymour. Congratulations.
Just seizing up.
Hopefully it cools down for, once the sun sets maybe, but... Little sea breeze, mate. Yeah. That's all, that's 16 minutes of...
And they're underway in the men's D 5,000 metres here at the Victorian 5,000 metre championships. So in station number 1 from Ballarat YCW, Jordan McGarry. Station number 2 from Collingwood is Owen Todd. Number 3 from Athletics Southwest is William Gleisner. In number 4 from Frankston is Xavier Donazan. In number 5 from Mentone is Sammy Murhey. Number 6 from Malvern is Jared Cooper. In number 7 from Melbourne University in Zhengkong Shao. Number 8 from Western Athletics, Alistair McDonald. In number 9 from Albury, Jackson Harp. Number 10 from Melbourne University is Lee Godecki. With number 11 from Ivanhoe, Liam Furlong. Number 12 from Mentone, Alexander Ruder. Number 13 from Frankston, Justin Wolseley. 14 from Box Hill, Ryan Griffiths. 15 from Mornington, Archie Hewitt. 16 from Western Athletics, Daniel Velado. 17 from Albury, Josh Ledger. 18 from Mentone, Senegal Hong. And to round out the field, number 19 from Mornington, Cameron Sace. So a few seeded times around the 16-minute mark, and a couple of these gentlemen in this race have gone under the 16 minutes before. So we'll keep our eye on the clock. We're probably looking for around that 3:05 to 3:10 pace per kilometre from early on.
So it actually might be the Essendon athlete. That's actually Ethan Williams. He's joined in this race late into the field. Behind him is the 2 Mentone athletes there. So that's Ruder in number 12. So he ran a 9:30 at the Vic Milers Club 3K. So looking to push the pace early as he now jumps along Williams' shoulder.
He's joined by his teammate in Sammy Murhey from Mentone as well, may be familiar, running with each other as club mates in the XCR season. Now they're doing it on track here at Lakeside Stadium, pulling each other along. We'll get a read on the pace that they're at as they come through the next 100 metres or so, but it has turned into a race in 4 early on, with the rest of the field just stringing out and just finding their own rhythm. As we said, the PBs or the season's best kind of range from that mid-15 to mid-18 minute mark, so we would expect the field to have been a bit strung out as Ruder leads the front pack in through the first kilometre, and it's pretty hot, pretty swift pace here considering the wind at Lakeside. 2:59, 3 minutes, and the clock just ticks over a 3:02 for that next pack. With a long train of about 10 athletes.
So it's Cameron Sace who's leading that second pack. So it's a pack of about, there is, I reckon, nearly 10, 11 athletes in that next group. So we might have that 15-minute group out the front, potentially 16-minute group behind them, and then maybe behind them that 17 to 18-minute group as well too. So, like I said, it's good to see athletes work together as we see some varying levels of pace. So it is still Ruder that leads, Williams next, and then, it is Sammy Murhey. So, So Sammy Murhey, 9:09 a couple of weeks ago at the Vic Milers Club over the 3K distance. Seed time looking around that 16-minute mark and certainly on track in this early stage to eclipse it. And then we'll wait and see who that fourth athlete is in that in that early group. So it looks to be Zav Donison there. So 16:05 as his seed time. So lead 4 stretching away to about a 30 or 40 metre gap as we see the Cameron Sace pack.
Yeah, we are interested to see how tactics play out over the coming laps. Obviously, 12.5 laps in a bit of wind is a long way to run here at Lakeside Stadium over a 5,000 metre event. So the boys, the four gentlemen up the front of the field, definitely have got the wheels going in Ruder, Williams, Murhy, and Donison. But I am very curious to see, as there is a bit of a change of placings in that next pack of about 10 to 12 athletes. The athlete from Albury, it seems, has made his way to the front of the field, just trying to pull along the pace and pull along that pack, as we might see the elastic band start to stretch as the athlete from Albury will try his best to make his way up to the back of that front pack of 4. But Ruder, he's looking confident, he's looking calm at the head of the field as he goes through the first 1.8 kilometres of this 5K event.
So yeah, a little bit of moving and shaking in that little peloton group almost. And so it is Jackson Harrop from Albury, who's now gapped away from that big pack of 11 or 12 athletes. Next through there, I think may have been our Malvern athlete there in Jared Cooper. So I reckon Cooper is looking to latch on to Harrop, maybe form a little group or two, and maybe they can try and work together to get to the early lead group of 4. So really, Ruder's looking good though, Michael, as they go through 2 kilometres in 6:19.
Yeah, so go through that 2K mark, just a little bit off that pace of that first lap. So about 3 minutes and 3:08 to 3:09 for that second kilometre. So just falling off the pace that they set slightly. However, if you look at the average there, they're still on for mid-15 minutes, averaging 3:05 per kilometre. So almost, they're making it look like a bit of a training session at the head of the field. I love Harrop's confidence in trying to bridge that gap, and we almost see the packs slowly starting to come together as these laps tick off throughout the race. But I'm liking Williams just sitting on Ruder's heels there, and Donison sitting on the heels of Williams. So there's a bit of tactical awareness going on at the head of the field, as Harrop is doing a lot of work to chase them down. So a bit of an interesting race. Nothing's over yet. There's still a number of laps to go here in this 5K, as they're overall not too spread out across the track. There's about 100 metres separating first and last at this stage.
Yeah, so I actually got that to the Athletic Southwest athlete there in William Gleisner. And then next behind him looks to be the Frankston athlete there, so that's a Donison. So I tell you what, the gap's closing between that lead pack. It stretched out to about 40 or 50 metres early on, but I reckon it's closing down to that 20 as we see that is Sammy Murhy there. Maybe a bit in no man's land as he goes through the front straight. We're approaching the halfway point in this D race.
Yeah, it's our athletes who have potentially travelled the most in Gleisner, down from Southwest, Warrnambool Way, and our athlete Harrop from Albury, who are not leaving anything out on the track tonight, and maybe using Murhy as a bit of a rabbit, someone to chase to make their way up the field. So the PBs of Harrop, 16:10, so he's on pace for that as we speak. Ruder, Williams and Donison at the head of the field, maintaining a cadence around that 3:05 to sort of 3:10 pace. We'll get a better read on it as they go through their first 3 kilometres in a couple of 100 metres time. So it still is Ruder, Williams, Donison, Murhy. He's sort of just the one bridging those 2 packs right now. And Gleisner is our leader of that second little pack, dragging along Harrop, the athlete from Albury.
So approaching the 3 kilometre split now. So is 9:36 the time thereafter if they're looking to go that 16-minute pace, and they're certainly looking like they're going to go under. So maybe approaching 9:30 as they go through 3 kilometres. We'll get a little stop on it now. So about 9:32 as they go through, and unfortunately see Ruta drop out. So it's now Ethan Williams, and that is Donison from Frankston. So a group of 2 now in that lead group, and we see Murphy now drop back into that chase group, that second chase group involving Gleisner, Harrop.
Yeah, so Donison has come in with the best time of 16:05. The pace that they're on is around a 15:40 pace going through that first 3 kilometres. So Williams has managed to have a bit of a sit on Ruta's heel that whole way, the whole 7.5 laps, and now he's found himself all of a sudden at the head of the field and having to do all the work. So whether it's tactical brilliance at first, now it seems to be Donison with the sit on Williams. So will it remain as such in these final laps here, these final 4 laps here of this 5K?
And it must be admired, there are some tactics out the front, but let's look at the mid-pack as well too, as we now see the Ivanhoe athlete. So that looks to be Liam Furlong, who's now caught up to... Yeah, and Wolseley as well too. So they've caught up to Gleisner as well. So... And they now catch Murphy as well too. So watch out. They could potentially be dark horses maybe to the later stage in this race as the fatigue sets in and approaching that 4 kilometre mark. So... Yeah, some very interesting racing to unfold in this men's D race, Michael.
Yeah, so we saw from the very start of the race, we had those 4 athletes at the head of the field, and they were doing all the work and looking comfortable as ever, and now the 4 have turned into 2, and that big pack of 10 to 12 athletes has now started to spread out across the track and are now catching those 2 out in front in Williams and Donison. So it is Wolseley, Justin Wolseley of Frankston, who was sitting just behind, just in the middle of that second pack, and in this last lap has gone bang to try and bridge that gap. Still a little bit off the pace, but there's a few laps to go where he's well and truly on his way to making that up. Furlong from Ivanhoe in the green singlet sitting in 5th position, and our Box Hill athlete in Griffiths are all doing some work to progress their way through the field. We'll get a bit of a read on their pace as they go through another couple of 100 metres to see what they're at after 4 kilometres. But some very strong running from Williams and Donison at the head of the field, and some very good chasing from Wolseley.
I'm liking the moves of Furlong, Michael. He's probably moved about 50, 60 metres over the last maybe 2 laps or so. So wait and see what his moves... We'll wait and see what he can do over this last kilometre. But we now see Donison just stretch clear. We now see Donison just stretch clear of Williams as they approach towards that 4 kilometre mark. So Donison's opened that gap to about 15 metres from Williams. Next through there is Justin Wolseley. Furlong maybe just drifting back a little bit from that big sort of move at that 3.5 kilometre mark. So we approach the 4K. Zav Donison's your man. So that 16:05 C time that is entered. Potentially out of the midst tonight as he comes through with 2 laps to go. So Donovan through 20 metres back to the early leader there in Ethan Williams. The next Frankston athlete there, Wolseley. Then next through Furlong. It's a Box Hill athlete there, Griffiths. And then we see Sammy Murphy. Loses that 6th position there to Gleisner. And then next might be the Ballarat Harriers athlete there. Looks to me Jordan McGarry. So quite a bit going on, Michael, as they go through with 600 to go.
Yeah, 1.5 laps to go, and Donison is striding out more than he has for the race so far. Williams is doing his best to just hang on at this stage, as Wolseley, he has timed his run to perfection, sitting on the heels of Williams in 3rd position. maybe over the last lap can do something to charge his way home. But Donovan has run this race to perfection, sitting in third, making his way up to second, and now for the last little bit punching his way into first position. And now the race is his to lose and his PB to get. So with one lap to go, the clock is going to tick just over 14 and a half minutes. A time that will get him around the 15:45 for the 5K if he puts the wheels or puts the burners on. Wolseley coming through to chase his teammate in Donovan, and Williams doing his best to get on the heels of Wolseley.
So Franks and Cornell are well and truly on here at the moment as we see Wolseley extend away from Williams. But 15 minutes into this race now, I initially said a couple laps ago that he might not eclipse that 16:05 C time. Is well and truly on his way to absolutely smashing it as the clock goes to about 15:12, 15:13. Wolseley finishing strongly down the back straight as well too, actually gaining on his Frankson compatriot there. And then Williams just slowly drifting back into that third spot. You also see the moves from Furlong. Look at Gleiser down the back straight as well too. He's absolutely flying with 200 to go. But we turn for home now, and it is Zav Donovan. He was in that lead group early and looks like he'll take line honours in this men's D race. Wolseley finishing strong as well too, but he's going to go under that 16-minute time here is Zav Donovan. So he'll stop the clock around that 15:51, 15:52. Wolseley through next. Early leader there in Williams into third. He's going to be under 16 minutes as well too. Great finish there from Gleiser. He absolutely flew down the back straight. Then there goes Furlong, the Ivanhoe athlete. Also there is Griffiths from Box Hill. Next through is Sammy Murphy and Jared Cooper there from Malvern. As we see Josh Ledger collect his bell lap from Albury and his Albury compatriot there in Harrop finishing his race. Now we see Todd, our Collingwood runner there, around 16:30. We see the two Western A's athletes pretty much hitting together there. So that is Daniel Velado and Alistair McDonald. Then we see Zheng Kong Chow of Melbourne Uni. Next is Hewitt. Then we see Lee Gadecki, under 17 minutes. So some very fast running in the men's D race. That 15:51 unofficially there for our winner there in Zav Donovan. Stephanie Condognis to report to the finish line immediately.
I should have said, call troublemaker down there. She's coming, she's here, she's already got, I don't know where she is. Put it all away. That better not be her running up.
Yeah, I know. That's one thing. Like, I'm on sort of like the verge of just going. It's the face of someone that doesn't want to run.
Sore as hell because the tendons aren't been used. So
You just do a reminder for the next race that at least halfway through the race session. Yeah, shut up.
Just gets moving.
Yeah, sure. Otherwise, we're just going to get later and later.
Just a reminder for all athletes. So for all athletes in the next race and every race for the rest of our championships tonight, to report to the start line with 3 laps to go so that we can send you off following the conclusion of the previous race. So all athletes to be reporting at the finish line with 3 laps to go in each race. So currently just slightly behind schedule, so we're looking to make it up over the next few races.
How are the girls going? It's only one of you girls who was running.
Ella.
She going all right?
So next event on the track here will be the women's 5,000 metre open and under 20 B race, and we'll introduce the field once the race gets underway. All right, so we are away and racing here. Women's open and under 20 B race. Got a massive field, a field of 24, so it's a split start for these athletes. And let's introduce the field. Station 1, Georgia Pounding of Old Zavarians. Station 2, Diamond Valley's Shania Murray. Station 3 from Ballarat YCW, Katrina Pryor. Station 4, Adina Morrow from Diamond Valley. Station 5, Eden Hill from Albury. Station 6, Ella Mangan Walker of South Melbourne. Station 7, Michaela Gray, Diamond Valley. Station 8, Serena Bryant, Glen Huntley. Station 9, Stephanie Condogonis of Box Hill. Station 11, Elizabeth Craig of Sandringham. Station 11, Alice Hornby of Glen Huntley. Station 12, Isabel Matthews, Mornington. Station 13, Charlotte Crawford, Mornington. Station 14, Amber Lau, Sandringham. Station 15, Grace Muller, Yarra Rangers. Station 16, Neve Partridge of Bellarine. Station 17, Lauren Burrow of Collingwood. Station 18, Elena Third Mingway of Melbourne Uni. Station 19, Freya Brown, Mentone. Station 20, Yana Hannock of Glen Huntley. Station 21, Tess Rhodes, Geelong Guild. Station 22, Gian Sabia of Box Hill. Station 23, Yarra Rangers, Katrina Winger. And Station 24, Cara Foot of Collingwood. And at the early stages of this race, Georgia Pounding of Old Zavarians wearing hip number 1. She's certainly first at the moment. So they go through the front straight for the second time here. So open a gap to about 10 metres to the next competitor. I'm going to guess it's our Sandringham athlete there in Amber Lau. So Pounding will lead through. And it is actually Elizabeth Craig in that second spot. And behind them is Murray. Looks to be Neve Partridge in the mix as well too. So good early running there from Georgia Pounding.
Yeah, we'll get a bit of a read on pace as the athletes progress through the next lap, through the 1 kilometre mark. As we can see, they're quite spread out at this point, as do the season best times that they've entered with, ranging between the high 17-minute mark up to 22 minutes. So we would expect to see the athletes pretty strung out, only 2 laps in to this 5,000 metres. Couple of athletes towards the front of the field coming in with PBs or season's bests around that 18-minute mark. So we'd expect them to come through that first 2.5 laps in about 3:35. So we will keep our eye on the clock, but there's a fair few athletes forming that pack up the front, Pounding, Condogonis amongst them, forming a bit of a pack, helping each other out as the wind does start to hit their faces coming up that front straight, making a bit of a headwind here at Lakeside Stadium.
So hitting through the first kilometre there, around that 3:30 mark. So just under 3:30, 3:29.9 through the first kilometre. So 17:30 pace at the moment. We do see that lakeside breeze start to kick in. So it is, I think that's Partridge out in front and Condogonis into that second spot. Pounding just drops to 4th position there after that early run in the opening 500 metres. So our Diamond Valley athlete there in Michaela Gray at the rear of that chase pack of 3 featuring Pounding.
Yeah, so no one's really too keen to help each other out at this point as the little packs just start to spread out more and more and splinter as this race goes on. So Neve Partridge at the head of the field. Now a little bit of a gap to Condogonis just behind her, and it's Mangan Walker from South Melbourne joining Condogonis up the front. But there's just these little 1 to 2 metre gaps throughout the whole field, making this 12.5 lap journey even harder than it has to be here at Lakeside for the 5,000 metre champs.
And I'm kind of hoping that Georgia Pounding hasn't made this 5,000 metre journey harder on herself after that early run. She just drops back slightly now into that 6th spot. So clock hits 5 minutes. Tess Rhodes next through. Sat in the conference for the last 3 days as Tess Rhodes, but doing very well in this early stages in this B 5,000 metre race. Next through was our other Sandringham athlete there. That might be Amber Lau as well, actually. So still Partridge out in front as we get closer to the 2 kilometre mark, so about the 1600 metre mark for these athletes at the moment. Clock hitting about 5:30.
So Lauren Burrow is the athlete that we haven't mentioned, the athlete in 4th position, and that pack just starts to firm up a little bit at the head of the field. So Partridge, Condigonis, Mangan Walker and Burrow. So it's a race in 4, just like we had in the previous men's race. We've got a race in 4 at the front. Shania Murray is next. She is trying to just bridge that gap a little bit, and our athlete, our early leader in Pounding, is next in the field. As our 4 athletes, Neve, Partridge, doing a lot of work up the front of the field. They'll go through the first 1.8 kilometres now. We'll get a split when they go through 2. So Partridge, Condigonis, Mangan Walker and Burrow are your top 4, with Shania Murray of Diamond Valley running solo at this stage. And I say at this stage because I think she'll be able to bridge that gap as this race progresses.
We see our Yarra Rangers athletes working in tandem at the moment. So that's Winger and Muller. So good to see the club mates work together here. Next through is Glenn Huntley's Alice Hornby. But we look to the 2 kilometre mark, and not too much difference in pace. So they hit around that 7-minute mark, 7:01. So the first K at 3:29. So still relatively metronomic as we get through to the middle stages of this women's B race. We see Crawford from Mornington, also to Matthews, her Mornington compatriot, go through 1,800 metres with Michaela Gray, and we have Third Mingway from Melbourne University.
So still on 17:30 pace, which would be a PB for a couple of these athletes in the top 4 who are leading the way round. So Partridge comes in with a seed time of 18 minutes. So 17:30, she's setting a hot pace at this point. Condigonis, an experienced runner, hoping to open her season here in the 5,000 metres. Mangan Walker and Burrow. Shania Murray still a little bit behind that leading pack, but running pretty strong considering it's by herself for the last few laps. Our Yarra Rangers duo come through in Winger and Muller, followed by Hornby, Lowe, Pryor and Gray, Hannock and Brown and Foot all come through. 7 laps to go.
So Partridge, she's got good credentials here. So she was the Victorian All Schools champ only a couple of weeks ago here at Lakeside Stadium. Still very willing to do the work for the athletes, but she has extended the gap to maybe about 5 to 10 metres. So it is Neve Partridge goes through the 2.6k mark. Next through there is a South Melbourne athlete there in, that's Mangan Walker, Burrow and Condigonis. So the lead 4 or 5 haven't changed throughout the duration of this race. It's probably about a 20-metre spread between them. Next through Tess Rhodes, we have Elizabeth Craig on her shoulder there as well. So it is nice to see athletes work together as we see the Yarra Rangers duo come through again a little bit further in the field. But Partridge just extends clear. She goes through 2.8 Ks.
So just quick break in the commentary. If you are hanging out in the stands, if you just arrived at Lakeside Stadium, make sure you go and say hi to our friends at On, who have set up a marquee around the finish line. Try on some shoes. You might get a free T-shirt out of it. You will go into the draw to potentially win tickets to the Zatopek Championships if you go and chat to our friends at On. So go and say hi and try on some shoes.
So here goes Partridge. And we also now have Burrow on her shoulder. And Burrow just takes the lead as we hit 3 kilometres in 10:42. So pace just dropping slightly, I think, Michael, as we go into the latter stages and the fatigue just starts to kick in. Diamond Valley athlete there in Murray, making some good moves as well too. She might be a potential dark horse to take this race out. And then we have, it looks to be Mangan Walker next from South Melbourne as we go down to the back straight for another hit out at Lakeside.
Yeah, a lot of little stories in this race, especially at the head of the field. Murray just confident in her own pacing, just running her own race just off the back of that front pack. Now she's working her way up now onto the shoulder of Partridge and past her with a bit of authority. She makes her way into second position. Burrow just sitting in third or fourth for most of the first 6 or 7 laps and now finds herself in the lead. And Partridge doing a lot of the leading early on. So gutsy running from Partridge as well. Now just trying to hang on to that third position and try and save a time under the 18-minute mark. So that last kilometre for our leaders slipped about 10 seconds per kilometre, probably putting them more in the region of a 17:45 to 17:50 finishing time. But we'll see how strong they can go as they come through with 4 laps to go.
I'm liking the surge here from that Charlotte Crawford of Mornington. She was working in tandem with her Mornington compatriot earlier, but she's certainly made some moves over the last 2 kilometres or so as she has Condigonis in her sights. But Burrow just extends to maybe 10, 15 metres from that is Murray from Diamond Valley. Partridge just dropping into third spot as Magnum Walker just closes in on her. Maybe potentially goes around her as they go around the bend. Makes probably their 30th left turn of this race. This clock hitting tick over 13 minutes. As we see, group of 4 here. Collect with, there's about 4 laps to go for them. So that's Michaela Gray, Katrina Pryor, Cara Foote and Amber Lau. Next through there is our Glenn Huntley athlete there in Hornby. And then her Glenn Huntley compatriot there in Hannock. And then next through is our lead athlete there in Lauren Burrows. So 3 laps to go for Lauren Burrows. Shania Murray in second. Megan Walker's now gone around Partridge into that third spot. Condigonis also has Partridge in her sights and probably go around her as well. So maybe there are some interesting tactics in play in this race as we approach the last kilometre there, Michael.
Yeah, so lots of changing of pace. Some athletes getting stronger as some others just hanging on for dear life as they go through their first 10, 11 laps. So a few lead changes, a few pace changes, but it still is Burrow who bided her time early and still finds herself out the head of the field. Murray running strong and doing her best to chase, but finding it pretty difficult to bridge that gap to Burrow right at the head of the field.
So into the last kilometre for our lead athletes, as we see more of our athletes further in the field collect their 4 kilometre splits, just a tick under that 15-minute mark. So maybe looking at a time around that 18:30 to 18:45 pace for them. So Burrow will collect through with 2 laps to go. And hopefully on track to go under 18. Next through is Murray. Third place there is Mangan Walker. Condigonis on her shoulder. Partridge is drifting back into 5th place. Is the All-Schools champ. And quickly gaining on her Tess Rhodes. Working in tandem there with Eden Hill. And then we see Serena Bryant from Glenn Huntley also going through with 2 laps to go. So still Burrow at this stage leading the charge in this open and under 20 B race.
So as laps tick by, the athletes are stringing out as Burrow enters the straight for the second last time. 500 metres to go for Burrow. Murray, the gap has not changed all that much. Let's see what she can do over that last lap as she does her best to try and chase down Burrow. With 1 lap to go, the clock ticks over 16:30. So under 18 minutes would be a great result for Burrow and Murray, who are your first and second at this point. Condagonis finds herself in 3rd position right now as the clock ticks over 16:47, 16:48 as Condagonis and Mangan Walker collect the bell lap. And now the flood of athletes coming in with 1 lap to go.
17:54 is the time that Burrow entered in as a seed time. So once again on track to absolutely smoke it. Murray's still moving well for Diamond Valley. And then I think next through now, I think Condagonis has just stretched clear a little bit from Mangan Walker for that 3rd spot. We look now 150 out, 120 out rather for Lauren Burrow from Collingwood. So 17:32 on the clock. She's going to pull out wide into lane number 3. And she's going to take this under 20 and open B race. And looking like she's going to go under that 17:54, 17:46, 47. And she's going to go under here 17:50, 59 unofficially there. Murray looks like she's going to go under that 18-minute mark just as well. So 2 athletes under 18 minutes, which is great to see here in this B race. Next through is Condagonis. We see Tess Rhodes finishing nicely as well too, but in front of her is Mangan Walker from South Melbourne. So Condagonis through next. Mangan Walker, Tess Rhodes, good finish from her. We see the Glenn Huntley athlete there in Serena Bryan. Our early leader there, Neve Partridge, as well as Eden Hill. So around that low to mid-18s for our 3rd to 8th place athletes. We now see Elizabeth Craig from Sandringham come through. We have the first of our Yarra Ranges athletes. Rather, they might want to go for a wine at the Yarra Valley wineries over the next couple of days following the completion of a great effort here. So they'll go under the 19-minute mark in Winger and Muller, the 2 Yarra Rangers. Early leader there, Georgia Pounding. Went out very hard, but she still goes under that 20-minute mark comprehensively there. You see Cara Foote from Collingwood.
You would have.
I would have.
Yeah.
See our Diamond Valley athletes. There in Michaela Gray.
How'd you go?
Katrina Pryor.
Drag racing nearly 3 years.
Oh,
Finishing off, she'll be under 20 minutes pretty easily as well.
If you get it, I'm not sure.
Here we go. That might be Amber Lau coming across here. She will just go under 20 minutes here, so sub 4-minute kilometre pace there for Amber Lau. So just continually see our big field of athletes coming through to end their race here. And coming up next, we'll have our men's under 20 5,000 metre championship of Victoria. And that'll certainly be an exciting race. I like to think wait and see if there's some tactics to be played in that one. Being a championship race, we certainly have some class athletes in the field as well too. So we see the last of our athletes starting to come through here in our women's B. Reminder once again, for those in the stadium tonight, feel free to check our On tent. Got Lockie Aspinall from On, who you can try some of the On running shoe range, and also get in the mix for some tickets at the Zatopek 10 to be held on the 14th of December here at Lakeside Stadium. Should be a great night. The Zatopek, certainly fantastic last year. Hopefully we get some better conditions than last year as well too. So see, we still have two more athletes in the field in this women's B. Clock just approaching the 22-minute mark for those athletes. So that's Isabel Matthews, including her account here at Lakeside Stadium tonight. Yes, we do. Absolutely. Yeah, this would be good. Yeah, always. Maybe because it's a championship race. You know, maybe we get Tim from National Live on presentations after. Maybe I don't know. Batteries as well. Yeah. Oh, I asked Lucy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Sounds good. You want to jump in this one? Which one is this? Under 20A.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, sure. Call this one.
I can do presentation then if you want.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, just mixing it. Okay. 1-200 is so hard to call. Yeah. It's like my least favourite. Exactly.
David Cantabile skills. I want to know where I get my free t-shirt. Who's giving me a free t-shirt?
You're a Nike man.
So next event up is the Men's Under-20 Championship of Victoria. We'll introduce the field when on the line. So 15 starters in this championship event for the men's under-20. Last year's champion was Charles Barrett, Athletics Essendon, 14:42.74 was his winning time. He is lining up once again. Victorian record for the under-20s, 13:40.48, set by the very great Craig Mottram from Deakin back in 1999. at the old Olympic Park. So Craig Mottram has the Victorian under-20 record, 13:40.48. And that is now a 25-year-old record. So a very exciting lineup in this event. A lot of the young guys have been racing fairly heavily already this season at the Box Hill meet, also at Milers Club and All Schools. And some good names lining up, and we'll introduce them once they are on the line.
That's what Nike's doing.
So let's introduce the field for the men's under-20 5,000 metre championship of Victoria. In Station 1, representing South Bendigo, it is Logan Tickle. In 2, from Old Scotch, Nathan Munro. Lining up in Station 3, from Athletics Essendon, the reigning champion, it is Charles Barrett. In 4, next to him, is Athletics Essendon teammate, and it is Jonathan Neefling. Alec Fransky from Albury Athletics lines up in Station 5. Station 6, from Eureka, Ben Mornane. We welcome from New South Wales in Station 7, Harrison Boyne. Joshua Carlin from Box Hill lines up in 8. Caleb Gilbert, Albury Athletics in 9. In Station 10 from Glen Huntley, Oscar Gray. His teammate from Glen Huntley in 11 is Nicholas Chambers. In 12 from Box Hill, Kalan Luong. In 13 from Ivanhoe Arias, Jamie Blackburn. Charles Chandler from Eureka lines up in Station 14. And rounding out the 15-man field in 15 from Athletics Essendon, James Cruz. They are your starters in the men's under-20 5,000 metre championship of Victoria.
Who's your pick, Tim? But also, don't know what it's going to do.
No, with intro.
Okay, then let's start the race.
So we've got the top 3 from last year all running in Barrett.
So often racing now. It's good to see the top 3 from last year in Barrett, Tickle and Chandler back out on the track again in 2024. And Fransky is setting the pace. On the inside there, Tickle is sitting on the rails. Barrett going to the outside as they start to settle. Neefling also with him, the taller figure of Mornane in the Eureka uniform, also sitting on the rails.
So a few of these boys have gone under 15 minutes for 5K before, and the pace, well, we know it's going to be hot because it is championship racing, and a few of these boys battling it out. Quite competitive competitors in past years.
So it's a 1-3-4 for the Essendon team at the moment. Barrett not holding back at all. Tickle sitting pretty in that second position. And I think it's Cruz now he's cruised into that third position, Michael. And Neefling, the long striding Jonty Neefling, just sitting back. Fransky also up there. A few little moves coming in the midfield now because no one wants to really drop off pace. 68 opening lap. They're onto it.
Yeah, so it is sitting around that 14.5-minute mark, and there's a pretty thick pack that has formed early, but I don't know how thick it is going to stay for how long, as a few of these athletes are sort of more like that low 15-minute mark. But it almost seems like the pace has slowed ever so slightly as as the athletes start to bunch up at the head of the field. We might see a bit of a tactical race on our hands, Tim.
Yeah, it is a championship race. Tickle coming through now to take the lead.
3, 4, 5.
So Tickle ran Milers Club, but I think he was a bit crook that day. Certainly needed a bit of help at the end of that race. So it wasn't his best performance over 3K, Logan Tickle, but we're seeing him now just control that pace out front, and Barrett quite content to sit back. Barrett usually will charge out and really go for time, but today is a championship race, and we're seeing some really good championship racing. Francie just moving ahead of Chandler at the moment. Then we have Gray in the blue of Glenn Huntley.
Yeah, it's almost as if Charles Barrett thought, oh, hang on, let's get out hard, and oh no, maybe it's a championship race. Let's put the brakes on. Let's just sit next to my mates from Essendon here and let Tickle do a little bit of the work. As we go through 800 metres, we'll get a read on the 1K split, but I don't think time's going to be a massive factor here in this men's A 5,000 metre under 20 championships.
The mere fact that they are starting to spread means that the pace isn't too bad. As we see Tickle now coming through, still setting a reasonable pace as they approach the 1 kilometre mark. So it'll be about the 2:57 perhaps as they come through. So 2:57 at the 1K. So around that 14:45 sort of pace. Remember winning time last year, 14:42.
And a few of the players from last year, as you said, the top 3 runners from last year's under 25k championships are back in the race today. Tickle leading the gentleman out. Barrett right there on his heels. James Cruz has had some strong results in the past couple of seasons. He's in the mix. Charles Chandler from Eureka in the yellow singlet just getting shuffled back a little bit, but don't worry, he'll be in the mix when it counts in the coming laps.
Looks
Franks
like Boyne
from Aubrey.
Yeah, Boyne starting to make a little bit of a move in the midfield there. So also, Gray was strong down that back straight, now settled in onto the rails. But we'll watch Harrison Boyne. He is a 14:35 runner, Michael, so he's got a little bit of form as he comes into it. And it's Harrison Boyne, and not to be confused with Harrison Boyd, our Bendigo runner.
Yeah, and you want to make the trip down from interstate worth it, and Boyne is doing just that as he goes past Cruz and sits on the heels of Neathling, who sits on the heels of Barrett and Tickle. So Boyne, his legs are ticking over quicker and quicker as this race is going, maybe just waiting for his time to pounce.
Chandler also looking very strong. That was a very subtle little move from Charles Chandler. And once again down the back straight, it is Gray who's making the move. So Gray enjoying probably a little bit of a tailwind down the back straight as he goes. And gee, they're really bunching up now, and the pace has gone off at the front.
And it is championship racing after all. We've been talking about times. Barrett got out really quick and strung out the field in that first lap, but it's been anything but this past lap or so as we see Gray, Chandler, Barrett, Tickle all bunched up at the head of the field. I think there's been a fair few pace changes from fast to slow as this race has progressed. They're going to go through 1.8 kilometres now. We'll get a bit of a reading on pace as they go through too. But there's been a number of changes in the minor placings here and a huge pack still forming at the head of the field.
Well, what that's done is allowed the likes of Gilbert and also Carlin and Mornane really to tack on to that lead pack. So the pack now is quite big. Pace going down, as we're seeing Boyne makes another little surge. It's been an interesting part of this race, Michael, that they've just been making surges down the back straight. Will Oscar Gray try his little trick once again? Another one to watch for, who's moving beautifully at the moment, is a young man from Ivanhoe Harriers, and that's Jamie Blackburn.
Yeah, one of the runners who's kind of sat in his position is Tickle out the head of the field and Barrett just on his heels. It's been a 1-2 for most of the laps here in this 5K so far. Boyne just up on the heels of Barrett and Gray bridging that gap. So just as we thought there was going to be a bit of a gap, don't you worry, it's closed again. Neathling just slipping off the pace there as Chandler starts to get on his shoulder. So there's nothing but changes in the positioning here at in this 5K race. Blackburn from Ivanhoe making his way up on the heels of Gray. So it's going to be anyone's race in the final stages here. Tickle looking comfortable at the front, and Barrett and Boyne following closely.
So 9 runners in the lead pack there, and as Michael said, lots of changes. Blackburn now slipping into position 4 just ahead of Gray. Chandler once again just edging forward past Neathling. Little bit of a gap then. We've got our 2 Albury runners, the shorter one there being Fransky and the tall figure in Caleb Gilbert.
So Jamie Blackburn just sitting back further in the field in the early stages. I hear he did a massive 25-kilometre road relay down the Mornington Peninsula on the weekend, so might be a bit heavy in the legs for this 5K. We'll see if he's recovered enough, as he's just sitting on the heels of Boyne. And those first 3 in Tickle, Barrett and Boyne have not changed, and they are looking pretty comfortable, but it might be a bit of a sit and kick affair in these final few laps to come. But the big players are all there. Chandler, Gray, Franks, Neathling. It's just a long train, carriage by carriage, just strung out across the track now. No more than a metre between any runner in that front pack.
So Tickle looking very comfortable out front. Just had a look at the facial expressions as he went past with 6 laps to go, and he was just looking at that lap board. He's in control at the moment. Barrett doing what he can just to stick in there. He's in a good position. Boyne also just looking beautiful in that 3rd spot, and Blackburn probably one to watch as we get into the latter stages of this race.
So going through 2.8 kilometres, we'll get a bit of a good reading on pace, because it does look like it's picked up slightly over this past lap or so, as Neathling maybe just struggling to keep up with that pace change and slips off the back of the pack. And we'll get a pace reading in the next 100 metres or so, but it does seem like it's probably around that 14:45 pace maybe still.
Yeah, I don't really care about pace, Michael, because this is one crack of a race. This is just the moves that are being made. It is like a mobile chess game out there. Gray once again trying to surge forward. Chandler doesn't panic at all. He just makes the moves when he needs to. Really impressed by both Boyne and Blackburn at the moment. And the 2 youngsters from Albury in Fransky and Gilbert are just running a very tactical race at the tail end of that lead pack of 8.
All right, let's agree not to talk about pace or time until they cross the finish line at the end, Tim. Let's only look about positioning, as the 2 Albury athletes, the positions just start to change at the back of that pack. But as we said, only 1 lap ago, there is no more than a metre between any of the athletes in that first 8. Tickle still looking comfortable, and Barrett looking maybe even more comfortable on his heels. The pace or the positionings haven't changed for a couple of laps now, which has been a bit unusual, as the first 6 or 7 laps it was nothing but changing.
I think they know they don't need to change positions, because the rhythm out front is really good, and it's going to get down as they approach the 3 kilometre mark now. It's going to get down to those last few laps to see who has the strength. Tickle's still looking very comfortable. Gray's going to the outside once again. Chandler just staying on the rails. Gilbert also making a little bit of a move now, because they want to get in good position before the kicks start to come. No one wants to be left behind if a move happens.
Yeah, and now again, a little bit of bunching up as Gray rounds the field, goes past Barrett, goes past Tickle, and now does a little bit of the leading. It's nice to be sharing and caring, isn't it, Tim?
So Barrett now making the cover move there. So Gray has been in and out the whole race through. Barrett just watching every move. Boyne's in beautiful position there. So too now it's Gilbert moving up. That was a really strong move from Caleb Gilbert just to get contact, because I think this is where things are going to start to happen.
Yeah, we see our pack of 7 maybe just turning into a pack of 5. All of a sudden, Tickle trying to get around Boyne. There's a little bit of touching and hip and shouldering maybe as they're trying to jostle for position. Barrett still sitting in that second position. The leaders changed, but what hasn't changed is Barrett sitting in second, just on the heels of the leader, and Boyne sitting comfortable a little bit further back in the pack. It is going to be all about those wheels in the final stages and who's going to be there when the moves need to get made. Blackburn's still there, Boyne's still there. Tickle, Barrett and Gray are still there, and our athlete from Albury in Gilbert and Franks as well join the party.
I thought we were down to 6, but I think we're down to 7. Fransky did a mountain of work just to get back onto his teammate there in Gilbert, and it looks like Chandler is the one who's now just drifting away from that lead pack. Once again, though, Fransky just being asked the questions. I go down the back straight. The rhythm of those leaders is really strong. You can see the long legs of Caleb Gilbert saying, let's go, let's start to move, and he's gone past Blackburn.
So the athletes just waiting, as we said, a little bit of bunching up starting to happen around the bend. Gilbert, the tall figure, is the easiest to get a read on as he gets up on the shoulder of Boyne. Tickle makes his way around and gets into that pole position once more. Maybe this is where the moves are going to be made very soon. Gilbert just getting up on the outside. Blackburn holding his position as well, and the ever-reliable Barrett sitting in second.
So Gilbert's done a really good job to move up into second position. He could almost take the lead here, but he allows Tickle just to control that pace. Gray is still sitting there. He's dangerous. He does have a big kick. Blackburn also, watch out for him. Great over the 8 and 1,500 metres. What an enticing race. It's still a race in 7 because Alec Fransky is back again.
So Gilbert has run a really, really smart race, sitting back, just getting the ride, getting the sit, and just waiting. Even now, he's not made his way right into lane 1 to get that official lead. He's sitting on the shoulder of Tickle, and he almost goes past him. Barrett, one thing that hasn't changed is him sitting behind the leaders. I am liking how comfortable he's looking, and we know that Barrett has a reliable, strong finish. Boyne has come all the way down from New South Wales, and he is not going to leave anything to chance and leave anything out on the track, as he almost loses touch from that first few.
So Gilbert leading the way. Barrett, dangerous there. Blackburn on his shoulder. Gray charges forward once again, and I think we're down to potentially 5. Tickle now being really asked the question. He has to lift to stay on to that lead group of 5. Gap then to Boyne. Another gap to Fransky, then Chandler and Neathling. But out front, Caleb Gilbert winding it up. Now it's Blackburn's turn to go. Barrett will probably chase him, and he's gone on the outside as well, and it's Barrett and Blackburn. Gilbert just stretching out to go with them. What an exciting race this is in this last lap. Charles Barrett, can he go back-to-back in the Under-20 Championship? 200 out, it's looking good, Michael.
So it's a race in 3 at the front. Barrett has waited, and now he's gone bang at the right moment, and he's not leaving anything up to chance. He rounds the bend. He enters the front straight in first position, just extending his lead. Gilbert's had a strong run as well, and Jamie Blackburn has been right there in the mix. But it is Barrett's race. He's run so smart as he charges towards the finish line to take out the Under-20 Victorian 5,000 metre championships. Gilbert running a strong race in second, Blackburn third, followed by Gray.
So Boyne will get through next. He'll be around that 14.50 mark here. Looks like Fransky just pipped Tickle on the line there, but won't go to the photo on that one. What a great championship race that was. Charles Barrett proved his mettle once again as a championship runner, and he will take back-to-back wins in our Under-20 Championship. So Cruz coming across now, just with Charles Chandler from Eureka. Jonathan Neathling next position. And then we'll have Nicholas Chambers, Ben Mornane, Kalan Luong in next position. And Nathan Munro from Old Scotch and Josh Carlin from Box Hill will complete our field here in the Under-20. A very exciting Under-20 men's 5,000 metre championship of Victoria. Victory going to Charles Barrett 2 years in a row. So just have a quick chat to Charles Barrett. Charles, 2 in a row. Very unusual Under-20s to go 2 in a row. Must feel pretty good.
Feels all right. Feels all right. I haven't been running quite well as I'd like to be. Just being tired and before races in school. So I was really happy to come out here today and get the win. especially like my fitness is so much higher than where I want it to be. You know, I want to be up at the top of those milers, A races, things like that. So that's what's important to me in hitting those goals at the end of the season.
That was a very interesting race to watch, though, wasn't it? All the moves coming, the little, horseplay, a little bit of jockeying for position. What were you thinking most of the way as you were getting around lap by lap?
Just look at first. You know, there wasn't really much position changing where I was. I was just in second. As soon as first dropped away, I'm going in second again. I'll let anyone go ahead. I'll just take the sit. You know, 5Ks is a long race, and if I'm not going to go for a time trial, I'm going to go for the win. So I think strategically it's good to sit and kick. And I couldn't get it on the 1500 the other week. I've got a lot of stick from the boys from that, so I was happy to get done tonight.
Yeah, it's always a good one for the other juniors to be watching as well. One of the key bits of advice, always be in a position to win it, and that's where you were tonight.
Absolutely. That's what I set out to do. Absolutely.
What's next for Charles Barrett?
Zato, 2 weeks. So Dig Stella, 3,000 metres. Get the win.
It's a very hot field, though, Charles, and look, we'll be rooting for you at that event, but we're looking forward to seeing you here on December 14. It's going to be a huge night for Zatopek.
Absolutely. It's always a great event. Keen.
Excellent. Well done, Charles Barrett. 2 in a row, men's under 20, 5,000 metre championship. Congratulations to Charles.
Yeah, I'll take that one, thank you. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to load up now.
Two more.
Yeah, beautiful.
Can we have 2 more lap scorers, please, so we can get our men's open championship underway? And we're going to do presentations now for our men's under 20. So if we can have Charles, also Caleb and Jamie over into the presentation area, and fantabulous Phil Borg will do our presentations.
No, we got it. Okay. Can we please have 2 more lap scorers to come to the finish line? Thank you very much. 2 more lap scorers to the finish line for our men's open 5,000 metre championship of Victoria. Nice to meet you, brother. Awesome. James Cruz, isn't it? Yeah, awesome. All right, before we go to our men's open 5,000 metre championship of Victoria, let's turn our attention into the infield. We have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for our men's under 20 5,000 metre championship of Victoria. Presentations to be done by James Cruz, fresh off the track. He's going to present the medals now. So in 3rd place in a time of 14:42.25, representing Ivanhoe, Jamie Blackburn. In 2nd place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 14 minutes 41.60, it is Caleb Gilbert. And in 1st place and Victorian champion, it's back-to-back for this man in a time of 14 minutes 37.08, representing Essendon, Charles Barrett. So big congratulations to all our medalists, and we'll throw back to Michael and Tim for our next event on the track shortly.
Thank you, Phil. So next up is the Men's Victorian Open 5,000 metre championship. This is the 73rd running of this event. Last year's champion, Harry Norman from Yarra Ranges, in a time of 14:13.64. The Victorian record, Craig Mottram once again, 12:55.76 is the Victorian record. And that was set in the year 2004 in London. Our championship record, we go back to 2010. Andy Baddeley from Great Britain, 13:20.85 he ran at the old Olympic Park. And the Victorian championship record was set in the year 2000 by Darren Lynch from Deakin in a time of 13:30.96. The most championship wins, the great Steve Austin from Box Hill has won this event 6 times. And the most successful club, Box Hill, with 12 wins. Not far behind them, Glenn Huntley has 11. So historic event here, the 73rd running of this event. It's a who's who of distance runners in Australia that have taken out the Victorian 5K champs, including Ron Clark, Trevor Vincent, Steve Austin, as we said, Graham Crouch, another great from Box Hill. And last year's champion was Harry Norman. I don't think he's lining up. So let's introduce our field for the Victorian men's 5,000 metre championship. We have 21 starters. From Mentone in Station 1, we have Michael Kernahan. We welcome from South Australia in Station 2, Isaac Hain. Station 3, representing Western Athletics, Abdulaziz Haji Ali. In 4, representing Glenn Huntley, Samuel Toll. Station 5, from Casey Gadinia, Lachlan Hurd. In 6, from Box Hill, Peter Green. Also from Box Hill in Station 7, Dale Carroll. Jai Hadfield from Knox lines up in 8, and next to him from Athletics Chilwell in 9 is Oliver Lurie. In 10, from Yarra Rangers, Max Saville-Bentley. Station 11, from Bendigo Harriers, Nathan Stote. In 12, from Western Athletics, Zaid Al-Said. In Station 13, from Doncaster, John Portwood. Station 14, representing Bendigo University, Matthew Buckle. In 15, from Glenn Huntley, it is Hafdu Shrinsos. Station 16, representing Diamond Valley, Caden Murray. In 17, from Frankston, Jesse Dunsmore. Station 18, we welcome from South Australia, Thomas Dowd. And in 19, we welcome from the Australian Capital Territory, John Maguire. In 20, from Old Scotch, Tom Bowers. And rounding out our field, also from Old Scotch, in 21, Ben Baisha. That's your field in the Victorian Open 5,000 metre championship. So racing now, Hain has got the flock of blonde hair and the black uniform, and he's charging out and taking Carroll with him in the early stages here. Shrinsos is starting from the outside lane there in the Glenn Huntley uniform. A win for Haftu here would even up the Glenn Huntley Box Hill battle, and wouldn't that be very popular for the people in blue? But Hain is setting the pace. He's come here, he means business. He's working with Shrinsos. They're under the same coach now with Adam Dedick, so it's Haftu Shrinsos setting the pace for Hain. Carroll's the only one to go with him. Bowers and Hadfield sitting back with Buckle. Dunsmore, Caden Murray to the outside, and Baisha.
So pretty quickly the pack has split, or the whole race has split, with the 3 gentlemen up the front in Shrinsos, Hain and Carroll. Buckle trying to bridge that gap before they get too far away as the laps progress. And then the long train of athletes going one for one around the field. So go through in a 62 to 63 second first lap. But I've been told to not look too closely at the time because it is championship racing here tonight at the On Victorian 5K Championships.
Haftu Shrinsos been running well on the roads this year, stepping up to the half marathon distance. Hain, Australian road running champ. Buckle, what a great move from Matty Buckle there, and what a season Buckle has had this year. He's really stepped up to the true elite ranks in Australia, and Matty Buckle not afraid to really duke it out with the top Australian runners here as that top 4 really establish themselves nicely. Bowers in next position with Hadfield. Good running from Dunsmore at the moment. Also Baisha. Lurie also up there, then Al-Zaid, then Stote. The young man from the ACT, John Maguire, he's a 14.15 runner. And he's sitting just off the back of Caden Murray with Pete Green just behind him. So approaching the 800 metre mark, Michael, and we're going through about 64 once again, I think.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see how these athletes at the head of the field approach this race. Strength runners, a bit of a cross-country specialist in Have-To Strinzos. Isaac Heen, very experienced over the 5K, but has made a bit of a name for himself on the road as of late. So we'll see who is going to have that kick finish as the race progresses. And will they try and share the lead a bit as Strinzos just steps off into lane 2 and maybe says, help me out a little bit. I don't want to do all the leading. Maybe a bit of a gentleman's agreement before the race started, do you think, Tim?
So 2:44 for that opening kilometre. I totally agree. I think there's a little bit of working with each other over the course of this 5 kilometres, as it is Hayne now who leads the way from Strinzos, Carroll and Buckle. Still leading the next pack is a young man from Scotch, former Victorian under 25k champion Tommy Bowers. Hatfield content to sit there. Then it's Dowd from South Australia. He's sitting in that next position with Dunsmore just off the back of him. So the lead group of 4, Buckle just not having to do a lot there, although it is hard work probably staying in that pack at the moment because the pace is just ticking along beautifully. Haynes turn out front. Strinzos, Carroll. Good run from Carroll at the Melbourne 10K where he took victory there. Buckle, I think, on the podium in that one. He was either second in third or third in that race. So he knows what it's like to follow in the tail there of Dale Carroll, and what a good position that's to be. So Matty Buckle doing everything right in the early stages here.
And Carroll posting a few pretty good results over this past 12 months, making a bit more of a name for himself in the distance running on the roads, and hoping to post some good results on the track this season. He's not giving Strinzos an inch. It's basically on his heels, Buckle on Carroll's heels. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Will be interesting to see the tactics at the head of the field if there is another lane change, lap change after a couple of laps. It is. We'll look to further back in the field with a bit of interest as Stote makes his way at the head of that pack. Hadfield, Al Sayed and Bowers to follow.
Well, what a good quality event this is. We're seeing 2 separate packs and no real separation in that second pack. Savile Bentley and Abdulaziz sitting in the rear of the pack, but they are not losing contact whatsoever. As we're coming down, will we see another change of lead? Hayne doing the pace at the moment, and it is a nice line of 4 as they come through to get 8 laps to go.
So I see that next pack coming through with 8 laps to go. He's still pretty thick with a couple of lead changes occurring so far. Stote, Hadfield, Al Sayed, Bowers, Maguire. They are the athletes leading them out as Have-To Strinzos just makes his way into the lead again over Hayne. Carroll and Buckle still sitting in that 3rd and 4th position as they go through the first 2Ks in a 5:28. So it is tactical. There has clearly been an agreement made by the 2 athletes coached by Adam Diddick before this race. Try and help each other out for the first however many laps, and I guess then it will be a fight to the finish.
So into the 2nd kilometre now. We've had that strategic change of lead once again. Now it looks like Carroll looks to just bully his way up a little bit further ahead of Hayne. Buckle doing what he needs to do just to stay right on the heels there of Isaac Hayne. As we see Jesse Dunsmore, the next one to take the lead in that chase pack. It's good to see that these boys are sharing position out front there. Zaid Al Sayed in next position, just ahead of Stote. Hadfield's been looking strong the whole way through. Then it's Bowers. Next one through is Maguire. Dowd on the inside, then Baisha, Portwood. Also, Lurie, Green to the outside of him, gap to then Lockie Hurd, who won this event a few years ago. Good to see Lockie back out on track. And we're seeing a gap out front too, Michael. We're now seeing a separation between Strinzos and Carroll, and then Hayne and Buckle.
Yeah, that is interesting. I did have a bit of a thought that as Hayne was running past this last lap, maybe it looked like he was hurting a little bit more than Carroll. And we see that split there just of a couple of metres as Strinzos confidently running out the front and Carroll even more confidently on his heels. So we'll see if they're able to bridge that little gap. Strinzos, Carroll, a little bit of a gap to Hayne, but not all that much yet. And Buckle sitting on the heels of Hayne, which is exactly where he would want to be.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Matty Buckle decides that maybe if that gap's getting too big, he might need to try and fill the breach there and get ahead of Hayne. We'll just see how Matty responds to that, because that gap is slowly but surely growing. Dunsmore still leading out the next pack there. Alzaid in next position. Now we've got a separation in the next grouping as Oliver Lurie leads through the likes of Hurd, also Kernahan, Murray, Portwood, Saville, Bentley. Little gap then to Sammy Toll from Glenn Huntley. So the gap, it is starting to extend here. So the gap between Carroll and Hayne now out to about 7 or 8 metres. Buckle sitting on the ankles there of Hayne. And we see Haftu Strinzos. He won't probably have anyone helping him out anymore, Michael, so Haftu has to carve out that pace. It'll be interesting to see if Carroll decides he's going to make a move at some stage.
Just looks like another day at the APS Athletics, running for Hailbury, leading from gun to tape for Haftu. So he's used to leading. Let's see if he's got another 5 laps in the lead in him. Carroll looking very confidently on his heels. And you made an interesting comment earlier, Tim. Is it time for Buckle to make that move and try and bridge that gap past Hayne? As Dunsmore, Al Sayed, Stote, Hadfield all come through to collect 5 laps to go.
So it's around the 8:20 mark for our lead pack through the 3 kilometre mark, about 8:38, now 8:47. So all of these guys, including Sammy Toll, they're all on the well under that 15-minute pace as they go through 3 kilometres. Now the gap really isn't changing out front. Probably that's still that 7 to 8 metres. So Strinzos still doing all of the leading out front. Carroll quite content just to sit on the heels and take the ride for the moment. This is once again going to be one fascinating race over those last few laps as Haftu Strinzos comes down. He'll be getting 4 laps to go.
I mean, our under 20 men's race that we just saw was won by the athlete who popped himself into 2nd or 3rd position for the whole race, apart from the last lap. Is Carroll going to be doing the same thing, or is Strinzos going to have the strength and the legs in the later stages? Is Hayne going to do something from back in 3rd position?
But as we saw in the last race as well, a lot can happen, although the gap just seems to be extending out a little bit more. So once again, will Matty Buckle just sit there, or will he try and go? Let's see what happens. So Dunsmore still leading the next pack. Zaid just not doing much work there, getting spiked a little bit there from Nathan Stote. So that can happen in the big packs. Caden Murray running well to keep the next pack moving along beautifully. Porwood and Toll just losing contact, but out front, no change. Haftu Strinzos, Dale Carroll, now extending to about 15 metres that break as they come around, and they'll be getting 3 laps to go.
So we'll take a bit of notice as they make their way up the front straight. We'll be able to see the grimaces on the faces of these 4 athletes and make our own decisions as to what might happen in these final 3 laps. Haftu looking over at the clock, looking at his pace. Carroll, he's just got the face of relaxed man sitting on the heels of Strinzos. He doesn't have to worry about too much at the moment other than what he's doing right now.
Talking about relaxed, but Matty Buckle is looking good on the shoulder of Isaac Hayne. I wouldn't be surprised if there could be a little bit of a passing move. Haftu Strinzos down the back straight, just trying to extend it out. It's Glenn Huntley versus Box Hill. Box Hill have 12 wins in this event. Glenn Huntley have 11. Can they go on even footing as of the 2024 edition of this championship? Now we're seeing a few little gaps forming in the chasing packs as well as we get into that final kilometre, but no real change. Matty Buckle, there is a change. So Matty Buckle been looking good there. He's moving into 3rd position ahead of Hayne as they come in, and they'll be getting 2 laps to go. No change in front though.
So as we said earlier, Haftu Strinzos is a man who knows how to lead, and he's a man who knows how to win. I'd say his best events are the cross-country events. He is a strong runner. He's no stranger to leading a race. What he has done for the last few laps, can he continue to do so for the last A bit under 2.
Watch out for Buckle. That strategy of sitting behind Hayne is really paying off for Matty Buckle. He is mowing them down and he's joined the front group. So Matty Buckle right into this. The crowd in Bendigo are going to be going absolutely crazy as Matty Buckle has the momentum to go past. Will he do it? Yes, he will. So Matty Buckle now challenging Swinsos and moves into the equal lead. He takes the lead. Matty Buckle surges. So Buckle really throwing the gauntlet down now, and it is Carroll the only one who can respond. Let's not worry about Box Hill and Glen Hartley. This could be a Bendigo University win, probably the second for them after Andy Buchanan took this event a few years ago. Matty Buckle coming through, less than 500 metres to go. I think he's got this race sewn up here, Michael.
Wowee, what a move as we're trying to judge the faces and the grimaces and the relaxed looks. We discounted Matt Buckle early on. We kept our eye on him, but he's just gone bang. His wheels are quicker than anyone who has gone in this race so far, and he is extending his lead over Carroll, over Strinzos and over Hayne. 300 metres to go.
How good is this? In Bendigo, they'll be loving this broadcast because Matty Buckle has just torn them apart over that last 400 metres. Look at the distance he's put in. 200 metres out. Time check 13:14. We're going to see a sub 14-minute performance here in this championship event. We haven't seen one of those for a while. And what a run from Buckle. He's now going to be coming into a little bit of traffic. We want all of our finishers into lane 3. Matty Buckle into that last 100 metres. Let's get behind him. What a great performance. Strategise this one perfectly. He's come from 4th into 1st, and we are going to see a very famous victory here for Matty Buckle from Bendigo University. He is going to take this championship, and he'll be well under the 14-minute mark. Matty Buckle, what a star. Looks like Haftu's just going to come through now and get 2nd position. Dale will have to settle for the 3rd place, and then we'll have Isaac Hayne coming through to take 4th place from South Australia. So congratulations, Matty Buckle. We will grab him soon for a bit of a chat once he gets his breath back. Alzaid's got to go into lane 3 to finish. So all finishes in lane 3. So Alzaid next one through. Shy Hadfield just over the top of Maguire. Then Baisha. Green will be through next at 14:20. Then Stoke. Dowb's through next. Dunsmore, who did so much of the leading in that second pack, comes through in 14:27. Great to see the great man Lockie Hurd back on track again, just ahead of Bowers around the 14:33 mark. Good run there from Caden Murray. Kernahan not too far behind him. Then we'll have Lurie finishing off. Then Haji Ali in next position. Savile Bentley, Sammy Toll and Johnny Portwood will round out the field here in the men's open 5,000 metre championship of Victoria.
I'll get you to come out here, please. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. Matty.
All right, Matty Buckle sort of preluded this by saying you've had a great year. But honestly, you have broken through big time this season. How does it feel to be the Victorian 5,000 metre champ?
Very surprised. Did not expect to come back and win that. Even sitting behind Isaac, I was happy. And then 4 laps to go, I felt good, so I started pushing.
I could sort of sense that you had that momentum, though. You got onto his shoulder, and I thought, this is the time to go. What were you thinking? Was the sort of mind thinking one thing and the body thinking something else?
Yeah, I think my head was telling me just stay behind him and still run fast, but made a move and couldn't look back.
You've had a good year so far. This would have to be a highlight now for you.
Yeah, for sure. 14:19 was my PB, so I was hoping for sub 14 and to get sub 13:50. Can't be more happy.
Now, you've beaten some big players in the Australian scene. We're going towards Zatopek in a few weeks' time. You must go in absolutely stacked full of confidence.
Yeah, it's still going to be a lot challenging going into that depth of the field, but I'll give them the best shot.
All right, well done, Matty Buckle. As I said, Bendigo will be going crazy right now.
Thank you.
Can we have 2 more lap scorers? And can we have Matty and also Haftu and Dale out to the presentation area?
Yep, sure, I'll do that. No worries, thanks.
It's like 68, and then the pace dropped a little bit, but we're still running 69. I was like, oh, it's just a bit too hot for it. And then I backed off. It was probably a mistake for myself. Yeah, you just don't know because it's been ages.
What an outstanding race that was from our open men. We just see on your screens here the Women's Open Championship doing their last run through before their race commences shortly. But we'll now have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the 73rd running of the Victorian 5,000 metre championship for men. And in third place, in a time of 13:56.38, representing Box Hill, Dale Carroll. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 13 minutes 54.51, representing Glen Huntley, Haftu Strinzos. And in first place and Victorian champion, made a surge with 500 metres to go and has led him to a famous victory here in a time of 13 minutes 49.46, representing Bendigo University, it is Matt Buckle. Big congratulations to all our medalists. We'll throw back to Michael and Tim for the Women's Open Championship.
Thank you, Phil. So we'll be going now to our Victorian Open and also combined with the Victorian Under-20 Women's 5,000 metre Championship. This is the 32nd running of this event for the Open Women. 2023-24 champion was Gemma Maney from Frankston in 16:53.70. The Victorian Open record, Sonia O'Sullivan from Glen Huntley, 14:41.02, set in the year 2002 in Sydney. Eloise Wellings holds the championship record, 15:16.60, set in 2006. The Victorian Championship record, we go all the way back to 2000 when Anne Cross from Athletics Essendon ran 15:20.78. Most championship wins is Susan Mickelson from both the Waverley and Collingwood Harriers clubs, and our most successful clubs, the Box Hill Club with 4 wins, and then 3 wins apiece for Glen Huntley, Waverley and Old Zavarians. In the under-20 competition, the 2023 champion Piper Gay from Williamstown in 17:02.94, and she will be lining up once again. The Victorian under-20 record, Amy Bunnage, 15:11.68 from Mentone, set in February of this year, and we will see Amy out here for the Zatopek 3,000 metres. Let's introduce our field. In Station 1 from Deakin, we have Poppy Niverovic. In 2, representing South Melbourne, Jessica Coyne. Taryn Folletti from South Bendigo in Station 3. Natasha Gertler, Collingwood Harriers in 4. Amy Robinson from Mansfield lines up in 5. In 6, from Frankston, we have Imogen Baker. Sarah Klein from Frankston is in 7. Chloe Phelan from Williamstown, Station 8. Olivia Twining, Yarra Rangers in Station 9. Piper Gay from Athletics Essendon in Station 10. Next to her from Ballerine, Susanna Mavra-Mahalis in 11. Annabelle Coleman, the Paralympian from Olseverians in Station 12. Alice Oakley-Kerr from Sandringham in 13. Station 14 has from Eureka, Catherine Dowie. In Station 15 from Box Hill, we have Donve Villione. In 16 from Athletics Essendon, Charlotte Wilson. Georgia Hanson from Box Hill lines up in 17. Station 18 from Sandringham, Meg Oakley-Kerr. In 19 from New South Wales, we welcome Matilda Cole. And in 20 from Box Hill, Elizabeth Winter. 20 starters in the combined Open and Under 20 Women's Victorian 5,000 metre Championship. So good to see Georgia Hanson back out. Also, Amy Robinson is racing again now in the Mansfield, or the green colours of the North East region. You can see Dowie also out there early, and it looks like it will be Hanson setting pace as they start to come across from the split start. So a combined under 20 and open championship in this race. So we'll try and keep tabs of our leading under 20 runners. As we said, Piper Gay, the winner from 2023, is in this field, now in the Essendon colours. Her coach Charlotte Wilson just to the outside of Annabelle Coleman as they start to settle. So good to see Matilda Cole also here from New South Wales. So she is in the blue of Athletics New South Wales towards the rear of the field. Chloe Phelan just rounding the field at the moment from Williamstown. As we see Amy Robinson and Sarah Klein setting the pace out front. So I'd say this will be quite championship race-ish. Won't be chasing times at this stage of the season. Hanson now sitting into that third position. Mavra-Mahalis has got Dowie just edging past her at the moment. Gay sitting on the rails just back from Mavra-Mahalis. So going through the first lap now, 78 seconds. So we're on about a sub-17 minute pace at the moment as they start to settle, and not a lot separating the whole field, Phil.
Yeah, so not overly quick through that opening lap there, Tim, and no one really willing to take this pace on in this early stage. But 5,000 metres is a long way, and I'm certainly sure we'll see some moves in the latter stages. So it is, looks to be Robinson there still leading the charge. On the outside there, it's Frankston athlete there, Sarah Klein. Hanson next. Well, junior rep from yesteryear. Then we also have our junior athletes there, Piper Gay. So under 20 athletes wearing yellow bibs tonight. So makes it easier to identify, Tim.
Yes, should be easy to spot them. Another one to watch for will be Baker from Frankston. Mavra-Mahalis is, once again, she's had a real breakthrough season this last 12 months. Been running really well at all schools level and at Australian junior level. We see Winter just surging forward to take fourth position. She's alongside her teammate then in Hanson. But Amy Robinson still doing the work out front, just leading them through 2:44 through the 800 metre mark. So the pace has gone off a little bit.
It's great to see the likes of Annabelle Coleman from Olseverians, Paralympian who did so phenomenally well for her country as we turn towards the 1 kilometre mark here. Clock's just 6 over 3 minutes. Still Robinson out in front doing all the work. Still Klein settling nicely on a slightly outside position there. And running quite wide there is the Paralympian there in Coleman. Also the Essendon athlete there in Wilson. So 3:27 through the first kilometre as we get into the second kilometre here, Tim.
So the pace just settling in now. You can see a lot of the girls quite comfortable. Sarah Klein sitting in second position. She's got Hanson just off the back of her. Sarah, obviously, second place in the Melbourne Marathon to Genevieve Gregson last month. Dowie debuted in the half marathon beautifully at Melbourne. She's got Wilson just to the outside of her. Piper Gay just sitting on the rails there at the moment. Looks like Maverick Harless just sort of being shunted backwards a little bit as they get in through that third lap there. They'll be coming through to get 9 laps to go. So Sarah Klein's made the move here. Hanson just sitting back. She's got Winter to the outside of her. So it's all the open athletes at the moment in those top few positions. Sarah Klein, we saw her win the Milers Club 3K here in 9:30 odd a couple of weeks ago on this track, and she just went out and did her own thing on that day. So not afraid to lead is Sarah Klein. She has the strength of the marathon runner. She is a 3-time World Championship marathoner and also a Commonwealth Games marathoner. So Winter, Dowie. Baker's now onto the outside of Gay. They've got Coyne, the Victorian 12K cross-country champ, just behind them. Also Maverick Mahalis, so she's just got to stay content there. Gertler off the back of her. Phil Jones just sitting back off them. Now Gertler makes a little bit of a move as a little bit of pace has gone into the field there, and you've seen that Natasha Gertler's just got to surge forward, so too is Coyne, so that they're not losing too much distance as they go through the mile in about 5:23.
That pack that was initially so bunched up early in this race has spread it out significantly over the last 400 metres. So initially, about a 20-metre gap between all competitors. It's probably extended to nearly 50 to 60. So still Klein out in front, Robinson behind her. And then next through is Hanson, behind her, Dowie. Then coming up next is the Frankston athlete in Baker. So she's in the under-20 comp. And then next through is Winter. So maybe a lead pack of 6 emerging, Tim, as that we approach the 2-kilometre mark.
So a few gaps starting to form. The leader in the under-20 at the moment is Baker. She now has about a 15-metre gap over Gay. She's running with the senior runners there in the form of Klein, also Robinson, Hanson, Dowie, Winter, and then it is Baker. Gap then to Coyne, who's got Wilson right with her. Gay just behind them. Gap to Gertler, then Maverick Mahalis.
So Imogen Baker leading the under-20 race. Probably about 20 or 30 metres ahead of Piper Gay there. So still Klein willing to do the work for the rest of the field as we go through in about 6:42 there through 2 kilometres. Robinson still settling nicely in that second position. And then next through there, Hanson's in the mix as well. Then we look through to Dowie. And I think that may have been... I think potentially could have been Winter on the outside there as well. So good lead pack of 6, really extending away from the rest of this field now.
So it's turning into a magic night here at Lakeside. The wind is dropping, the sun is setting. What a magnificent sight Lakeside Stadium is on a night like this. Air temperature is still really good here and conditions quite good for fast times as we see Sarah Klein still driving the train. 6 runners in that train. Now it's Wilson starting to try to take the next group with her. Coyne's gone with her, and then we have Gay. Coleman's in next position, then Maverick Mahalis, and then Cole. Gap then to Gertler.
So Winter desperately trying to hang on to that lead pack of 4 as they start to spread out a little bit. So initially that lead pack of 6 is now maybe turning to a pack of 4. Baker looking to go around her, the under-20 athlete, but we now just see Baker and Winter going into a little sort of peloton group by themselves. So the lead 4 now starting to stretch clear. So still Sarah Klein out in front. Robinson next. And then it's Georgia Hanson. And then next through there is Dowie. So good pack of 4 emerging with some really class athletes, Tim.
So the break's starting to form here. Baker now getting ahead of Winter. So our lead under 20, chasing down that pack. Georgia Hansen, great to see Georgia back on track again. She had a run at the Melbourne 10K over the roads and placed there, got on the podium at the MCG. Dowie just sitting doggedly off the back of that group of 4 as Klein just sets that pace. Baker, Winter, then Wilson, Coyne, Mavromichalis goes ahead of Gay. Cole goes with her. Next is Oakley Kerr. Then Coleman, still in the mix there. Filchern, then Phelan. Gap then to Folletti. Then Gertler in next position. Then Twining and Niverovic. So we're coming down to get the 3 kilometre mark now, Phil, so not far away.
Yeah, not far away not far away at all, Tim. So hoping to probably go under that 10-minute mark through 3 kilometres. So just see Niverovic come through to collect with 6 to go. But is still Sarah Klein more than willing to help these girls out. But hopefully the early running doesn't cost her towards the back end of this race. So approaching 3 kilometres now, 9:50 on the clock. So it's Klein, Robinson, Hansen and Dowie. So we hit at around 9:57 through 3 kilometres. Baker's still running nicely, the under-20 athlete, and looking like she'll have that under-20 title potentially signed, sealed, delivered already with 2 kilometres to go. And then next through is Winter.
So on just under 16:40 pace at the moment. Last year the winning time 16:53, and I think we will see a bit of a kick down here over those last 2 kilometres. So good move there from Meg Oakley-Kerr. Her sister's next on the track. Cole from New South Wales just behind her, and then Mavromichalis. But group of 4, Baker now on her own, but leading this under-20 competition by a long, long way is Imogen Baker.
It's a beautiful sunset here at Lakeside. The lead athletes will see that as they go around to the front straight again. So Klein still holding nicely as we see a Yarra Rangers athlete there in Twining coming through with 5 laps to go and hitting her 3 kilometre split. And next through is Niverovic. But not too far behind are our lead athletes there. So still Klein holding Robinson, Hansen and Dowie. So about 3 or 4 metres in between them. So it's very bunched up between those 4. And then a gap back to... That is Imogen Baker, our lead under-20 athlete, with Winter not too far away, and then our main sort of chase pack not far behind.
But a quick check of the arithmetic. 4 into 3 doesn't go. Well, there's only 3 positions on that podium. We have 4 leaders out front. It is Dowie sitting in that 4th position. She's got some very accomplished runners in front of her, but the young lady from Eureka has come back from the US and she is in really good shape. As we said, Georgia Hansen back on the track again. Former champion here and champion cross-country runner as well. And it's great to see Georgia back out. Amy Robinson, she is a jack of all trades. From 800 through to the half marathon now, this young lady is accomplished at all of those distances. But it is the marathon queen, Sarah Klein, who I believe has probably won this event at some stage as well over the time. But Sarah is very good on the track. We've seen her over many, many years, right from probably the 15 3K up to the marathon. This young lady knows how to race, and Sarah Klein not afraid to lead, and she's setting a great pace here for the top 4.
Yeah, you mentioned some class athletes here. Interesting, you mentioned 4 doesn't go into 3, Tim, as we see Dowie in that 4th spot. Could she channel her inner Maddie Buckle and potentially come through as we approach this last kilometre? So it is still Sarah Klein out in front, but we see Dowie just maybe drifting back a little bit, so it could be the 3 going into 3, Tim.
Yeah, it looks like the gaps are just starting to form now as we come in to the final stages of this race. They'll be going into the 4th kilometre as they go past that start line on the far side. So Oakley-Kerr, Coyne, Wilson, Oakley-Kerr, then Cole, Mavromichalis, Phelan with her. Vilturn in next position, then Taryn Folletti. Great to see Taryn back out on track as well. And our Paralympian Annabelle Corman. And then it is Piper Gay. But out front, group of 3 now.
So it's still Klein holding Robinson, maybe looking to move wide, but they're going to come through with 2 laps to go. So I sense there could be a move made potentially by Hansen or Robinson. And on cue, it might be Robinson moving wide to take the outside of Klein.
So we have had a change of lead. Amy Robinson looks comfortable. Klein also looking good. So too is Hansen. Gap then to Dowie, who's battling on strongly. Coming through now, we will have Baker in next position. She is leading that under-20 competition quite comfortably. She'll come through to get 2 laps to go. Niverovic 1 lap down. Oakley Kerr's made a good move and has moved away from Wilson and Coyne. And also Oakley Kerr. So it's Meg and Alice both out there at the moment, the sisters. Big bunch coming through in next position then. Cole leading that. And then also Mavra Mihalis and Folletti. So Mavra Mihalis moving into second position here in the under-20 competition.
So it's Hansen that's now desperately trying to stay in the gold medal hunt. The gap to Klein and Robinson is about 5 metres. So there's Robinson leading with 500 metres to go in this women's open 5,000 metre championship of Victoria. So it's Amy Robinson that leads. Sarah Klein, she did all the hard work early, but now she'll have to move around. Now she'll have to move wide if she wants to take out this gold medal. Hansen about 5 metres back, maybe dropping to 10. She might have the bronze medal at this current stage. So they'll hit the bell. Amy Robinson will lead ahead of Sarah Klein.
So 1 to go. Robinson, Klein, gap then to Hansen. Another gap back to Dowie. Then Baker leading the under-20 competition. So Robinson just goes up another gear as she hits the back straight. Amy Robinson representing Mansfield Athletic Club. Just striding away now. I'm not sure Sarah has the legs to go at that pace. As I said, Amy is good from the 800 up. She is a very versatile runner. She has a turn of speed. And can the marathon runner try and run her down over the last 200? Probably not, as Amy Robinson just goes up another gear as she goes through 200 to go. So coming around the final bend now, it is Robinson, Klein, then Hansen, then Dowie. A great top 4 here. Time check 15:50. It's going to be a great winning time here for Amy Robinson, and we ask her to come out into lane 3 to finish this event. Amy Robinson, she will take the Victorian Open 5,000 metre championship. I'm not sure if she's won too many Open championships here in Victoria, but this will be a famous one for her as well. Just like Maddie Buckle, a great win here for Amy Robinson to take out the 5,000. Sarah Klein will settle for second. What a great competitor she is. Sarah Klein on the podium once again in the Victorian 5,000 metres, and it will be a close finish for third. And Hansen just gets it ahead of Dowie. So it is Amy Robinson 1, Sarah Klein 2, Georgia Hansen 3, and great running once again, Catherine Dowie from the Eureka Club. As we see our under-20 champion, Imogen Baker from Frankston. What a great season she's had, and what an impressive win this is. So Imogen Baker takes out the under-20 championship. So 2 Frankston athletes on the podium here in this 5,000 metre event as the training partners have a little hug it out, which is good. So next one through will be Oakley Kerr, and that is Meg, Charlotte Wilson, Jess Coyne, Mavra Mihalis through for the silver medal. Just over 17 minutes for her. Then Folletti, Phelan in next position, Viljoen, and then Cole. Alice Oakley Kerr will be next one through. And then Annabelle Coleman will be finishing out into lane 3. Annabelle. So Coleman also finishes. And Piper Gay, last year's under-20 champ, comes through for Athletics Essendon. So a couple of competitors still out on track.
Okay, event number 7, male, 5,000 run lead.
7. I've amended it because there was so many.
Okay.
So yeah, no, I'm loving the teaching. Being a decent size as well.
And Poppy Niverovic coming through now, and she'll be finishing her 5,000 metre journey here, representing the Deakin Club in that under-20 competition. Amy Robinson, you're testing my track knowledge here, but how many Victorian track championships have you won?
None.
Well, make that one.
Yeah.
Great race, wasn't it? Because Sarah, and you would respect Sarah Klein a lot, because she knows she's got the strength, that marathon strength of hers. But that speed, you just demonstrated that on the last 2 laps, and that was the difference.
Thank you. Yeah, the plan was to always go out behind Sarah because she's a quality athlete and super fit. So I thought if I could just hold on to her, hopefully I've got the speed to outkick her even in that last 100. And I just found something in me a bit earlier, so that was good.
We saw Sarah lead the Milers Club a few weeks ago, so you know that she's prepared to take the pace. But having Georgia Hansen also in the field, that's a little bit of an X factor, isn't it?
Definitely. George is amazing. I think she had the second lap around the 10 at one point. So I know that she's a gun. So it's amazing to beat her. I feel honoured.
You joined a fairly famous list of winners of this Victorian 5,000 metre champs. How does it feel now to be a Victorian champion on the track?
Yeah, exciting. I actually don't know if I've ever really won many races at all. So, this is a special moment.
Yeah, well, you've got an extensive history. You've represented Victoria several times in cross-country. So you definitely have range, and you stepped up to the half marathon this year as well. Where do you see the future going for Amy Robinson?
That's a really good question. I love the 5, but I think I want to get a few more PBs in the 1,500. And eventually I'll step up again to the half and maybe even the marathon, but that's a long-term goal.
Now, we have got the Zatopek in a few weeks. You're lining up there?
Yeah. I'm excited. It's going to be good. And if this is anything to show, it's going to be hard.
Conditions tonight, it did seem to settle a little bit for you girls when you're out there. We had the beautiful sunset. So Lakeside has its detractors, but on a night like tonight, it was set for good times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great night. I didn't feel too much wind out there, and I had a great time.
Well done, Amy Robinson. Victorian Championship number 1.
Thanks, Tim.
And now we're joined by our under-20 winner, Imogen Baker. Not the first time you've won a Victorian Championship, is it?
No.
No, you had a really good XCR season, and it's good to see you now convert onto the track. How did that race pan out for you? Because you were duking it with the big girls out there.
I haven't run a 5K since 2022, so just going in with no expectations and focusing on my own race. My coach Peter said to me before the race, just push yourself a little bit. It might be uncomfortable, but you'll be all right. And then the 4 girls went off, and I'm like, no way, I'm not going with that.
Although you were with them for a fair while, and that was probably a good thing to do because you got that toe along early, and they were running at it wasn't a stupidly fast pace, so it just allowed you to settle, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. All the girls behind have got great finishes, so it was good to get a gap on them and not have to stress about kicking down the last 200. But yeah, it was good.
A dominant win in the under-20s. You'll be lining up for the Ondieki 3000 in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, that's my next race coming up, so looking forward to it. It should be good. Always a good competition there. Enjoyed it last year, and it'll be nice to head out back again.
Yeah, it's going to be a big, big night here for the Zatopek, and that Ondieki and Decasella once again will be highlight races. Imogen Baker, well done.
Thank you.
So we'll now do our presentations. If we could have Sarah and also Amy and Georgia out to the presentation area, and we'll do a call on the under-20s, Phil. Can we also have Imogen and Susanna and also Chloe out to the podium?
Too fast. 5K, 10K.
Oh, let's get out there. Come on, girls, stop mucking around.
Oh, wow. How many girls are here?
Get them out.
I don't know about.
Are you under 20s again?
Yeah, I'll do it.
So once again, we got Sarah, we need Amy, and we also need Georgia out to presentations, and we'll do those straight away.
Start list for the, yeah.
Take over. And what race are we up to?
Yeah.
Of course you can. Come on, Maddie. Come on. What race are we up to? What time is it?
It's men's B. Men's B.
Men's B?
8.
All right, there you go. There's your field. This is a bit messy now, but take all of that.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, Maddie. George, you got to get over. Oh, no, Ford can do it.
All right, let's turn our attention back to the infield. It is the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 20 5,000 metre championship Victoria. Medals to be presented by Sarah Klein. In third place, in a time of 17 minutes 21:30, representing Williamstown, Chloe Phelan. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 17:14:32, representing Bellarine, Susanna Mavrahalis. And in first place and Victorian champion in a time of 16:48.87, representing Frankston, it is Imogen Baker.
Sorry, just repeat that record. Intro after it started.
You do presentations?
Yeah. We'll do this presentation and then we'll start the next race. Thanks for remembering. Cool, no worries.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the 32nd running of the Women's Open 5,000 metre championship. In third place, in a time of 16 minutes 27:74, representing Box Hill, Georgia Hansen. As we welcome Jess Coyne to present the medals. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 16:15:38, representing Frankston, Sarah Klein. And in first place and Victorian Open champion, what a fantastic run it was, in a time of 16 minutes 10:77, representing Mansfield, it is Amy Robinson. Please congratulate our medalists as we get underway in the men's Open 5,000 metre B race.
And we're underway in the men's 5,000 metres B race with hip number 1 from Chilwell, Liam Hanrahan. Hip number 2 from Knox is Nicholas Martin. Number 3 from Mornington is Aaron Sim. Number 4 from Collingwood, Tim Bryant. Number 5 from Box Hill, Matthew Schumberg. Number 6 from Glen Huntley, Tom McFarlane. Number 7 from the ACT, Rylan Simmons. Number 8 from Mornington, Charlie Kybird. 9 from Doncaster, Samuel Rattray. Number 10 from Deakin, Richie Egan. Number 11 from Maccabi, John Zukrowski. Number 12 from Kilo St Bernard's, Patrick Matthews. 13 from Bendigo Harriers, Jackson Eden. 14 from Melbourne Uni, Johnny Earl. 15 also from Melbourne Uni, Jonathan Squire. 16 from Wendouree, Darcy Williams. 17 from Melbourne Uni, Eric Udaya. 18 from Eureka, Ben Ludbrook. 19 from Deakin, Peter Kerr. 20 from Western Athletics, Brett Ellis. And 21 from Knox, Cornelius Ningetich. So in the early stages, we see Brett Ellis leading Ben Ludbrook and Patrick Matthews. They are your 1, 2, 3. And just in our last race, have bridged a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. So we've seen this a couple of times tonight. A few strong runners right at the front of the field, keeping each other company. A bit of a gap. And then we have Matthew Schumberg, the athlete from Box Hill, leading out the train of athletes to follow as they are strung out across about 30 or 40 metres across the track. So athletes have PBs around the 15-minute mark. A few have gone just under 15 before. So we'll keep a bit of an eye on the clock. Somewhat is championship racing tonight, but we know a lot of those athletes would be looking to grab a PB in what is better conditions than it was about an hour ago here at Lakeside Stadium.
Yeah, certainly a great opportunity to run fast now as the wind just dies down. But we approach the 1 kilometre mark here, and looks to me it will be comfortably under that, should be under that 3-minute mark, so under 15-minute pace as we see the lead athlete there in Patrick Matthews. So you would take it, it's around 2:56, 2:57. Next through there is our Eureka athlete there in Ludbrook, and then we also have our Box Hill athlete there. That looks to be Schoenberg. So they're our lead 3, I think, as we go through to kilometre number 2, Michael.
Yeah, so 2:56 pace, looking at about a 14:35 to 14:40 sort of 5K if they maintain. We see Matthew Schumberg make his way past Matthews, past Ludbrook, past Alice. He doesn't want to wait too much to get this pace going. He's going to make this race his own. He's run a number of marathons over the past few years, made that his event, but he's stepping down to the 5K to get a bit of speed in his legs tonight. Let's see if he can go the distance at the pace that he has set, but he's completely comfortable running it on his own.
So it's turn to a lead pack of 5. So led through that man Schumberg. The next through will be the Western A's runner there. So that's Ellis. They go to Ludbrook. Matthews through next, and then the Glen Huntley athlete there in McFarlane. So at a 71 lap or so for those lead 5. There's a gap back to the Bendigo athlete there in Jackson Eden. Also our Knox athlete there in Ngetich. So it's a lead pack of 5. They go through the back straight with about a 10-metre gap to the rest of the field.
So we've seen this before in previous races, but what we have also seen is athletes from that second pack making their way up to the first as the race progresses. So we'll see how the race goes over these next few laps. We'll keep our eyes on the little moves to be made. But right now, Matthew Schumberg is taking control of this race. He is the leader, and he's happy to do so. Ludbrook, Alice, Matthews, and McFarlane are all in that little pack and just saying, all right, Shumby, if you want to lead, we're going to follow you.
Yeah, I think Shumby shouldn't mind too much leading tonight. this is being a B race. We can afford to maybe trial some things and hopefully run some fast times. So Schoenberg more than happy to lead from the Western A's athlete there beg your pardon, that's Ellis. Thank you, Michael. As we approach the 2 kilometre mark here, so under 6 minutes, you're under 15 minutes for the 5K, and we'll just get that split for you now as they hit through. So still maintaining that 2:56 sort of pace, 5:53.85. So still on that 2:56, 2:57 pace as we go into the middle stages of this race. That little chase pack, not a little chase pack, it is a big chase pack, led by the Bendigo athlete in Jackson Eden, still holding nicely from Ngetich.
Yeah, so looking at a time of around 14 minutes 40, which would be a PB for a couple of these boys in this front pack. Ellis haven't run a 14:48 before. Ludbrook has a seed time of 14:50, and Schoenberg 14:45 he's put down as his goal time for tonight. So there's still Schoenberg, Ludbrook, Ellis, Matthews and McFarlane make up that top 5. Rumour has it that Schoenberg ran 49 kilometres down the Mornington Peninsula in a relay race on the weekend, so may have heavy legs as he goes lap after lap into the deeper stages, and we'll see if he has that kick finish over the likes of Ludbrook, Ellis, Matthews and McFarlane. But we know he is an extremely strong runner, and he's doing some good leading off the front of the pack.
Yeah, it would be a pretty superhuman effort to almost go 50 Ks and then back it up with a almost gun to tape win in a 5 kilometre race. Particularly with the still sort of windy conditions here at Lakeside, maybe die down a little bit, but Schoenberg's still willing to take on the pace. So probably still holding that under 15-minute kilometre pace at the moment. And we look through to that second spot at the moment. I reckon maybe some little moves has been made. I reckon there might be the Eureka athlete there in Ludbrook. And then next through will be the Western A's athlete there in Ellis. We've got Matthews still in the mix and McFarlane. And it looks to be Ngetich that's now taking the lead in that chase pack. So be interesting to see if he can make some moves and maybe work his way through the field as the clock ticks 8 minutes, Michael, in this B race.
There's a lot to like about these athletes in this second pack here as they're working together to slowly try and either bridge the gap or just wait till some of the athletes in that front pack just start to slow their pace. So we have Ngetich, we have Semanis, who's come down from the ACT, and we have Kyberg from Mornington. Your first few, Kerr sitting just behind Kyberg. So they're almost forming a little bit of a pack. That pack is kind of splintered in two. So it's almost quite interesting how we've got a race in almost 3 here at Lakeside Stadium in the 5,000 metre champs. But it still is Schoenberg leading the way. And let's see the 3K split for this first pack, second pack and third pack. So Schoenberg goes through an 8:58. So the pace has slowed ever so slowly, and Ngetich just slips off the track there. A tick over 9 minutes for that second group. So we are well in the region of 15 minutes here.
So it's Ryland Semenius of the Australian Capital Territory who now takes lead in that main pack. Behind him is the Mornington athlete there in Charlie Kyberd. But we now see Schoenberg maybe dropping back a little bit. So maybe the 49 kilometres has got to him a little bit in this race. But still a Herculean effort to front up anyway. But now we see Ludbrook take the lead as I go through with about 4.5 laps to go. Next through will be the Western A's athlete in Ellis. So it is now a pack of 3 that has well and truly stretched clear from the rest of this field. It's going to be Ludbrook that will lead them through as they collect through with 4 laps to go, and the clock ticks 10 minutes.
Ludbrook's got a bit of a pedigree as a strong junior runner. Has medalled numerous times in Victorian championships, and he's showing his ability here. So Ludbrook, Ellis and Matthews Going 1, 2, 3 at the head of the field, but even them, just these couple of metre gaps splitting the top three. McFarlane is holding on to that fourth position, and Matthew Schumberg, our early leader, doing all he can to hang on and finish these final 4 laps.
So the lead three have just stretched out a little bit. Maybe the pace is getting too hot, but Ludbrook is saying it's fine, no worries. So he just starts to stretch clear of Ellis. So gap's open to maybe about 10 metres, and then maybe another 10 metres back is the KSB athlete there in Matthews. So he'll come through with about 3 to go. And Ellis just desperately trying to stay on Ludbrook's heels. And we see the Knox athlete there in Nicholas Martin maybe going to that 4th spot, as McFarlane maybe labouring a little bit as he comes through. Next through is Peter Kerr from Deakin. Then we have Hanrahan, the ACC athlete there in Seminius, and we have Bryant. And then we have a couple of our Melbourne Uni athletes coming through. So still see Schumberg maybe labouring a little bit. He's just dropped back in the field, our early leader. I see Ludbrook just starting to extend here, Michael.
And Ludbrook's running as if he's only got a lap to go, but he's still got 2.5 as they go through the 4 kilometre mark here. So 2.5 laps to go for Ludbrook, Alice and Matthews. Martin is next through with 4Ks to go. 2.5 laps to go as they go through that 4K mark. Ludbrook running so strong. Alice doing his best not to let him get away too easily. They are looking at a under or sub 15 minute 5K time here for the few leaders if they can hang on to this pacing.
So Ludbrook did go through in under 12 minutes through the 4K split, so hopefully he's still under. Let's see what he can close home with, but he's opened that gap, looking ever so smooth. He goes around the opening bend. So gap's open to 20 metres to the Western Athletics athlete there in Ellis.
And an athlete who we haven't mentioned, but he's made his way into 4th position, is Hanrahan. Liam Hanrahan from Chilwell Athletics goes past Martin from Knox. So our positions to date are Ludbrook, Ellis, Matthews, Hanrahan, Martin, Kerr. And then the rest of the field from there going through with 600 metres to go. But Ludbrook seems to be just extending his lead and just enjoying things as he enters the home straight for the second last time. 500 metres to go for Ludbrook, 500 metres to go for Alice and Matthews. And the rest of the field charge towards the finish line, collecting the bell soon, trying to collect a PB here at Lakeside.
So 14 minutes 50 is the time that Ludbrook entered, and I tell you, if he closes strong enough, I reckon he could be right on it. But it's good that you mentioned. But I tell you what, it's an interesting battle for this 4th spot. Hanrahan and Martin have kind of played like tennis. It's going back and forth at the moment, this 4th position. So at the moment, it is Martin who's ahead of Hanrahan in that 4th position, but Ludbrook just stretching clear to about 50 metres ahead of Matthews and Ellis. And we see Matthews now just making a move down the back straight. He might catch Ellis down the back straight and move himself into that 2nd position. Hanrahan is still trying to shrug off Martin for that 4th and 5th spot, but we turn with 150 to go. It is all Ben Ludbrook. He's shown a clean pair of heels since the 4 kilometre mark, and looking like at the moment he's going to dip under 15. The clock ticks at 14.35, 14.36. Matthews is finishing strongly for Keilor St Bernard's, and then next through will be Ellis. But Ludbrook will now pull out to lane number 3 to finish his 5K account, and he's going to dip under that 15 minutes. It's probably going to stop at around 14.52, 14.53, right on it. Next through will be Matthews. He's under 15 as well. And then Ellis will just be under 50, might be right on that 15. Next through is Martin. He won that fourth place battle from Hanrahan. Next through is our ACT visitor there. And then we see Charlie Kybert, Aaron Sim, Tom McFarlane, Sam Rattray in 15:20 or thereabouts. See our Box Hill athlete there. Let's give a big hand for Matty Schumberg as well, our early leader. So a good run from him after his almost 50k run. And we see Jackson Eden through next. Jay Sikowski, Johnny Earl, and we see Peter Kerr now. Actually, that might be Richie Egan, rather. They'll come through and finish his account at Lakeside tonight. So great effort by our men in the men's 5,000 metre B race. But Ben Ladbroke is your winner.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so we are away and racing here. It is the men's under 20 5,000 metre B race.
That was B that's just finished. We need under 20 B.
So let's introduce the field. We've got a field of 15 here. And starting in Station 1 is Oliver Scott from Mentone. Station 2, Jack Larner, Glen Huntley. Station 3, Dane Gray, Glen Huntley. Station 4, Cade Hutchison of Bendigo Uni. Station 5, Kai Davenport of Mornington. Station 6, Nathaniel Ueka of Box Hill. Station 7, Matthew Bergen of Mentone. Station 8, Kazadi Kadima of Shepparton. Station 9, William Quigley of Diamond Valley. Station 10, Noah Warren of Coburg. Station 11, Seb Walker of Olds Varians. Station 12, Aidan Davis of Essendon. Station 13, Malachi Baker of Melbourne Uni. Station 14, Ethan Miller of Glen Huntley. And Station 15, Jude Barrett from Essendon. So we see some of our younger athletes being showcased here, Michael.
So I've got seed times around the 15:30 to 16-minute mark for the majority of these athletes, but I've got a feeling that this is going to be turning into a little bit of a championship race in itself. So we'll see how the laps progress and how the lead changes will occur. We've got a little bit of a different situation to the last few races in that we've got a massive pack of athletes at the head of the field and only a few athletes to trail them. Bit of the opposite of what we have had as Hutchinson from Bendigo Uni. He is leading the field and joined by Kadima from Shepparton. So it's the two country athletes who are just being passed by Bergen of Mentone. We said there was going to be a few lead changes, and we've already seen a few occurring in the first 1.5 laps.
Yeah, it's quite rough. It's quite rough around the bend here and forced Jude Barrett to move out wide, the Essendon athlete, but might still be... We just see that almost a lead group of 5 emerging. You can see just the rest of the field just trying to latch on as they go through 800 metres, just under that 2:30 mark. I mean, just see a pack of 4 just trailing the lead group as we approach the 1 kilometre mark. And we'll just give you some information as to who's in the mix. I think Kadima's into that 3rd spot. Be one of our Glen Huntley athletes, and leading the charge there might be the Mentone athlete there. I think that might be Bergen. So it's Matthew Bergen of Mentone that leads through Kadima almost into lane 2. And then it's Jack Larner from Glen Huntley. So we hit the 1 kilometre mark at around 3:07, 3:08. But certainly an interesting race unfolding in this under 20B race.
Yeah, so I like the lead changes and that pack that's forming with a few athletes just trailing off the back. All the work out the front so far for the last lap or so. I love the intent from Kadima from Shepparton. He's made the trip worth it, or wants to make the trip worth it anyway. Davis from Essendon is making his way through the field a little bit, just joining that first few up the front. Lana from Glen Huntley is still in the mix. So we went for that first kilometre in a 3:07, which equates to a 15:35 5K, a time with which many of these athletes in this front pack would be absolutely wrapped with.
So good to see these young men really take this race on. So wind just continues to die down as the night progresses. So still Bergen that holds. Kadima still running a little bit wider than he would like to, but that's his position he's got to settle with. And very close on his shoulder is the other Mentone athlete there in Oliver Scott, with Jack Larner to his inside. And might be the 2 Mentone athletes that just lead through now. So Scott has pushed through Kadima and Larner.
Nothing we love more than club mates going 1-2 out the front of a race, helping each other out. So We see the athletes from Mentone in Bergen and Scott doing so in this race. Kadima from Shepparton has sat in second or third position in this race to date, and Lana, the other athlete in the blue singlet in that front pack, has sort of sat at the front as well. Davis in fifth, and our Bendigo athlete on Hutchinson is in that pack. Someone who we haven't mentioned, Yuka from Box Hill, has put himself in the mix, as has Warren of Coburg. So a few names to mention in this group of 7 or 8 at the head of the field. So go through 1.8 kilometres. We'll get a proper reading on their pace after 2. And we have Miller from Glen Huntly, who is trailing that pack. So a couple of Glen Huntly athletes, a couple of Mentone athletes, and a few boys from the country trying to make the trip worth it.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we see Kadima just move out wide into that second spot. So Scott barged his way through in the last lap, and Kadima has resumed his position in second spot. They're still letting Bergen do all the work as we approach the 2 kilometre mark. So we'll get a split as they hit it in a couple of seconds, probably around that 6:14, 6:15 mark. So 6:15 through 2 kilometres. So they're still holding that pace, hasn't dropped too much, which is good. But wait and see how that unfolds. We'll see how comfortable that is as we delve into the latter stages.
Yeah, pretty much spot on pacing, 3:07, 3:07, going through those first 2 kilometres. Something that is easier to do if you have other people to run with and if the wind has dropped, as it has here at Lakeside Stadium. Compared to about an hour ago, we aren't dealing with the headwind that we were earlier in the night. As you see, Kadima of Shepparton just sitting up on the shoulder of our Mentone athletes, as there's a bit of a tumble on the rail there. I suspect Kadima just waiting for his time in the lead, but maybe doesn't want to go too soon. So Bergen and Scott are our 2 Mentone athletes, potentially training buddies, working together at the head of the field. Lana is still there, the athlete from Glen Huntly. Miller, his teammate from Glen Huntly, trailing the pack as he has done for the past few laps. So all the players are there. There hasn't been, although there's been minor position changes, no one has dropped off, no one's shot to the front, and if anything, it looks like they're bunching up even more. Could the pace be slowing ever so slightly in this kilometre?
Yeah, who knows? We'll find out over the next couple of laps as we look to go through the middle stages. I actually think it has dropped off a little bit as they hit through 2.5 kilometres at around that 7:55 sort of mark. So I do think that the pace has dropped. And I think one to watch here, moving nicely on the outside there, is Aidan Davis from Essendon. He has moved very well in this little lead pack. So Kadima now takes the lead as they collect through with 6 laps to go. Still the 2 Mentone athletes in that second and third position. And Solana holding that 4th spot as we see Davis move in to that 5th spot.
Yeah, and all race I have been loving the work of Kazadi Kadima from Shepparton. He's been sitting, waiting, looking all too comfortable, and now he's thought, it's my time to hit the lead and make this race mine. Lana from Glen Huntly makes his way into second position as we see one of our athletes from Mentone just slip back into the pack. As you mentioned, Phil, Davis from Essendon running a very, very strong run, a very smart run, sitting there in 4th position. We're not going to know who's going to make those breaks. We don't have a whole heap of background on some of these athletes. We'll just have to wait and see as this race progresses over the next 5 laps, and we'll get a bit of a split as they go through the 3 kilometre mark.
Yeah, so I think that pace has dropped a little bit as we see Lana take the lead as we go through 3 kilometres. So 9:30. So it has dropped slightly. That was about a 3:15 kilometre. So pace is dropping, but we can just see these athletes just start to open up a little bit now as we see Lana and Kadima just break away from the rest of this field. So leading that chase pack think maybe Hutchison, the Box Hill athlete there in. That's Ueka, and we do see Davis just sitting comfortably in fifth still. But Lana and Kadima have maybe broken away to about a 5-10 metre gap to the rest of this field.
And all of a sudden, in the time of one lap, that front pack of 8 has well and truly broken apart. Lana and Kadima. Kadima making his way back past Lana into pole position. Hutchinson bridging that gap right up on the heels of Lana and may even pass in the next couple of 100 metres. Davis and Yuka doing their best to hang on to the heels of Hutchinson, and they're doing a very, very good job at it. So that little break of 2 has almost reformed a pack of 5 at the front, but Kazadi Kadima from Shepparton is looking the goods at the head of the field with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, with the lead changes in front between Lana and Kadima, you almost wonder if they're trying to work together or they're just desperately trying to shrug each other off. So I think it might be the latter, as Kadima doing everything he can just to maybe form a little bit of a gap. I do feel like that gap may be starting to re-emerge between those next 3, though, led by Hutchison, and then Davis and Ueka. So we return to the finish line there. Next through is Dane Gray. There's William Quigley, Kai Davenport, then Jude Barrett, and the Old Tavarians athlete there in Seb Walker. But now entering the front straight is still Kazani Kadima, just desperately trying to shrug Lana off. But I reckon it's not going to be easy.
So with 3 laps to go, Kadima, Lana, Hutchinson, Davis, Ueka. There your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Warren, the athlete from Coburg, leads around Miller. They've got 3 laps to go now. And our Mentone athletes, Scott and Bergen, who did a lot of the early leading, and now trying to hang on. 3 laps.
So we approach the 4 kilometre mark now. So 12:35. So I think that was certainly a quicker kilometre around that 3:05. But Kadima and Lana have probably opened that gap to about 20 metres, and I think that's Davis from Essendon leading that chase pack. So he's going to do everything he can to potentially gain into that lead territory. So Yuka at the rear of that group of 3, and sandwiched in between them is Hutchison. But I think Hutchison may just go in front of Davis now as we collect through with 2 laps to go in this men's under 20B race.
And a bit under 2 laps to go. Excited to see what sort of moves are going to be made in these final stages. Kadima has done a lot of the leading, and Lana has done a lot of the sitting on his heels. Is Kadima going to kick away? Is Lana waiting for his time to pounce? A bit further back, don't discount Hutchinson, don't discount Davis, and don't discount Yuka, the athlete from Box Hill, sitting in 5th right now. We've seen in previous races tonight, the kick finishes in the final 400 metres have been something to witness. So Kadima coming down into the final straight for the second last time. Lana right on his heels. Is Hutchinson going to have the legs? Is Davis going to have the legs? They might have left their run a bit too late. Let's see what Kadima and Lana can do over this final 400 metres.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, Michael. I think it might just be a bit too much for Hutchison, Davis and Yuka, but it is still Kadima. He hasn't shrugged off Lana yet, so certainly going to be a kick-down finish, and we'll wait and see when that move is made. So it's still Kadima in front of Lana, So we go down the back straight for the last time. See Yuka making a really good move around Hutchison. He's got Davis in his sight. So Kadima just tries to extend, but he hasn't shrugged off Lana yet. So we go through 200 metres. We go through 200 metres now. Clock ticks over 15 minutes. Kadima just still holding at this current stage, but Lana just starts to make that move. So Jack Lana trying to move around Kazadi Kadima, but I think Kadima is still holding as they turn for home for one last time. It is Kazadi Kadima. Lana now moves with him. And they pull into lane 3. It's going to be a pretty good finish here, and I think Lana might just stretch in front of Kadima. So Jack Lana takes out this men's under 20B race, 15:34. So he did kick down and hit that 3:07 split from earlier. Yuka, a fantastic finish from him. Davis through next. Hutchison into 5th. Great finish there from Nathaniel Yuka to come within about 20 metres from that lead group of Kadima and Jack Lana. Jack Lana's your man, 15:35 unofficial as we see. We next see Ethan Miller through next and Noah Warren from Coburg. Clock goes over 16 minutes. Some great racing here in this B race, Michael.
Absolutely. Another great race here at the Victorian 5,000 metre Championships. A reminder to all athletes who are finishing to do so in lane 3, please. So all athletes, when you are finishing, crossing the finish line in lane 3, please, as nice boys.
So we head towards our last race. I think, fortunately, the on-tent may be making a close now, so if you didn't get the opportunity to get into the running for some Zatopek tickets, bad luck. It'll certainly be a great event on December 14th as we see the rest of our athletes finish through here. It's a good finish here between Seb Walker and Jude Barrett. Barrett just gets over the top of him. The Xavier athlete there in Seb Walker. We just see our Melbourne University athlete now enter the home straight for the last time in Malachi Baker. So good running here in our men's 5,000 metre B. We'll conclude with the men's open sea race.
One to go.
Yeah, one to go.
I'll have a crack. Give the young fella a break. Might make a fool of myself.
Yes, yeah, smart.
So it's actually a big piss take right now.
Really abusing it.
Yeah.
Smart.
So I've been on holidays since Melbourne Cup.
Silly, proper silly season.
Yeah. You become a teacher, I don't know why you don't want to teach.
Yeah, I might reconsider it.
Yeah, yeah.
And underway in the final race here at the Victorian 5,000 metre Championships, the men's C race. So lane or hip number 1 from Maccabi, Julian Schultenberg. Hip number 2 from Frankston, Bevan Duez. From Nunawading in station number 3, Alan Vernal. Hip number 4 from Glen Huntley, Jack Hyam. Hip number 5 from Melbourne Uni, Harold Wilson. Also from Melbourne Uni with number 6 is Nawaz Kaflan. Number 7 from Deakin, Andrew Carey. Number 8, also from Deakin, Jackson Lynch. Number 9 from Melbourne Uni, Josh Doherty. Number 10 from Frankston, Dane Verway. Number 11 from Melbourne Uni, Shyam Buller. Number 12 from Eureka, Jordan Mayston. Number 13 from Box Hill, Campbell Brooks. Number 14 in his return to the track from Western Athletics, Thomas Rebesco. Number 15 from Mansfield is Baden Westerweller. Number 16 from Olds Varians is Liam Stocky. That rounds out your field in the men's C, 5,000 metres. So leading the way is our under 25,000 metre all schools champion, Campbell Brooks. So he's no stranger to winning a 5,000 metre race, and he's leading from the front just as he did on that day a few weeks ago when he took out the gold medal here at the under 20 champs. So Brooks, followed by Buller, Stocky and Mayston. They 1, 2, 3, 4. Rebesco, as we said, in his return to the track, making his presence known. He says he'll just see how he goes tonight. So yeah, Tim, we will see how he goes.
Definitely great to see Tom Rebesco back on track. He had a second place in the Puffing Billy race a couple of weeks ago, so Rebesco will be watching him closely, I think, Michael, because it's good to see him back in the Western A colours.
Absolutely. Big fan of anyone who wears those Western Athletics colours. So
we're not biased, are we?
Not at all. As we still, Campbell Brooks holding that first position. As we said, he led from the front in the under-20 all-schools event a few weeks ago and ended up taking out the gold medal. So there hasn't been all too much of a lead change with Brooks, Buller and Stocky. Still your 1, 2, 3. And aiming for mid to low 15 minutes would be ideal for a few of these runners.
Yeah, interesting to see why. We're going through the 1K mark now, so 3:06. So that is a good start there for Brooks. Trying to scratch my head why I wasn't in the under-20 race, but obviously out to prove a point now. Buller's running along nicely. Another one of our Melbourne Uni runners there, Noah's Kalfan. He's had a good season so far. And then we've got Rebesco in next slot. And then the next of our Melbourne Uni runners there is Harold Wilson. A few new names for the white train there from Melbourne Uni. We're seeing Rebesco running strongly, as we'd expect, and he's just trying to bridge that gap. So Rebesco from Western A is now into 4th position. The two Melbourne Uni boys. Then Lynch from Deakin. And we were just musing, weren't we? Lynch from Deakin, the Victorian Championship record holder, is also a Lynch from Deakin. So we're trying to draw the lines there. Is this protege of Darren Lynch, who ran a 13:30 back in, I think, the year 2000, and still holds that championship record here for the Victorian 5K champs.
So still early stages, but in the last few races, we have seen a massive break or a massive stretch in the athletes being spread out across the track, but we're a bit over 4 laps down and there is still a pretty solid train with none of the carriages falling off at this point.
Not at all. And we're seeing in the mid-pack there, Doze from Frankston had a magnificent season a couple of years ago, so good to see Bevan Doze back out on track, and his Frankston teammate not too far behind there in Dane Verway. Been around for a long, long time, Dane, now a coach as well. And we're seeing Jordan Mason just splitting them at the moment. A little bit of a move there from Lynch, just gone ahead of Wilson. A little bit of a gap out front. Looks like Stocky's taking the lead though, Michael.
Yeah, might be a bit of a reprieve for Brooks. It might be a smart move just to sit on the heels of Stocky as Stocky's maybe itching to get into the lead and do a bit of the work himself. So, yeah, maybe a bit of patience from Brooks over these next few laps might serve him well in the later stages.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone from that next four tries to launch forward a little bit. They're not going to get too far in advance here. So Stocky doing a great job just leading the two of our younger competitors in this D race. So Stocky, Brooks, then Rubesco. Now Wilson's back into it. Lynch is on the rails. Buller just in front of him. Then we've got Doze. Noah's in next position. Then Verway, Mason, Hynam.
And Rubesco just bridging that gap. You said someone was going to, and Rubesco's the man. He said on the start line he didn't know how he will go tonight. Bit of a mystery. He just put 15:30 down just because. And looks like he's running a pretty honest race around that pace.
Now we're seeing the next to the Melbourne Uni runners coming through. Sorry, I didn't identify them properly. I had it down as Wilson. I think that's Doherty, correct? Yeah, so Doherty now making his move forward. Now Lynch leading the next pack. He has got Buller and also Doze off the back of him. And then Calfan from Melbourne University, then Verway and then Mason in that order. But now it looks like a group of four. If Doherty can just latch on, that's probably the best strategy for him as we're seeing that long line starting to stretch right out now.
So as we go through 2.1, 2.2 Ks, it's almost the stage in the 5K where it sort of starts to hurt if you haven't done the right things early. The last couple of races, it's been that third kilometre where the pace has dropped, whether it be 5 seconds, 10 seconds, even 15 seconds per K. So we'll get a bit of a read on the pace over the next couple of laps to see how this race has progressed. If they're bucking the trend of the rest of the races, or if they're going to hold strong and maintain the early pace that has been set. And it might just be the three at the top of the field in Stocky, Brooks, who's just making his way into the front, and Rubesco, who maintain that pace.
Good move there by Brooks just to take the lead. Rubesco's content to sit in third position at the moment. Hasn't run a track race like this or at this intensity for a little while. So Rubesco's sitting pretty there in third. So Brooks, plenty of ticker on this young man, and he's pushing that pace out forward after a great move by Stocky to take that lead for some of those mid-stage laps. So coming through, they'll be getting 6 laps to go. So Doherty now in no man's land. I think that's Calfan in next position from Melbourne University. Then we have Doze, and you watch for Doze to come home strong. Lynch also has quite a kick on him. Then it's Verway. Hynam stuck in the middle there between Mason and also Buller to the outside. Vernal in the pocket. Then Carey, Wilson and Schulberg.
So a few position changes further back in the field. Don't worry about your top 3. They've been set for a little while as Brooks just does a mini kick and a little surge as he rounds the bend over near the kiosk. Rubesco going with it, and Stocky will try and hang on to Rubesco, but don't know if he can. Let's look further back in the field as Calfan leads the pack around. And we'll see if there's any takers, anyone who will emerge over the coming laps to get themselves into that top 3. But Brooks, decisive move, and Rubesco is well and truly going with him in his return to the track.
Okay, approaching the 3 kilometre mark now. So Brooks and Rubesco out in front. Stocky in next position. And Calfan in next. So they're going to be just around that just under 9:20, 9:18 there. So that's 3:06. They've been very even paced, actually, Michael. Very even paced over those first 3 kilometres. Gee, I think Rubesco's looking pretty good here. He's got Brooks is certainly a great competitor, but the way that Rubesco is just motoring along and letting the others do the lead early. But now we might see, I think there's a bit of momentum there from Rubesco, and he's just going to edge forward now and take the lead. So first time in the lead there for Thomas Rubesco. So it is Rebesco first currently, and then Brooks. Gap then to Stocky. Now we're seeing Doze come through, which I'm not terribly surprised by. Lynch also now has to move his way forward. Good move there from Alan Vernal from Nunawading as well, as we into the final 2 kilometres of this event. Brooks is going to stick like glue, Michael. I don't reckon he's going to let Rebesco go at all over the next few laps.
Well, Brooks is the seasoned racer on the track. He's done plenty of 3Ks, 5Ks over the past couple of seasons, having won that under 20 5,000 metre championships only a few weeks ago. Rebesco stepping onto the track for the first time in a while, but he's probably thinking it feels all too familiar this time in the race. With 4 laps to go, he'll feel that pain in the legs. Start to build, and Brooks sitting on his shoulder, waiting. Is he going to pass soon as Doze goes through it?
This is actually good for the two of them because Brooks is on the shoulder and just pushing Rebesco forward. Doze has now slipped into 3rd position. Stocky, Calfan, Vernal, Lynch, Carey, then Verway, Doherty, Hynam, Mayston, Schulberg, Wilson. So out front, though, the field separated by 120 metres, and it is a dogfight between these two. They've both had their turn out front. Now it looks like Brooks is the one who's got a little bit of momentum and will edge his way forward. So Rebesco will just let him go, sit into the slipstream, although you're not going to get much from Campbell Brooks as you're coming into this home straight now. But it will be Brooks taking the lead from Rebesco, but they're still working together and they'll be coming down to get 3 laps to go.
So another lead change. The tactics have kept changing for Brooks, sitting behind, leading, sitting behind, and now leading again. Can't work out where he feels more comfortable. I think it might be leading with 3 laps to go. Now is Rebesco who gets to sit on the heels of Brooks. But don't worry, Doze, the athlete from Frankston, comes through with 3 laps to go, and he's not all too far behind our 2 race leaders here.
That has been a big move from Doze. As I said, one to watch here, and he does have a good pedigree and a good kick. Bevan Doze had a great season a couple of years ago. But now we're seeing Brooks just putting the foot down the back straight and making Rebesco work for this. That's going to make it harder for Doze to try and latch on. Stocky's still in the next position. Calfan looks like he's going to get the momentum. Goes past Vernal, goes past Stocky. Carey also trying to work through. His Geelong regional mate there in Lynch also going forward as well. Lots of moves at the moment, Michael.
And the pace for Rebesco and Brooks hasn't slipped all that much, if at all. They go through that first 4Ks in a 12:28, so about 3:07 per kilometre pace. So well on track for that mid 15-minute 5K. But look at Doze. He's trying to bridge that gap onto the back of Rebesco and Brooks, who have, as he said, have been having that dogfight going to and fro for the last few laps, and Doze is closing with a smile on his face.
He makes it look easy, Doze. Doesn't look like he's really working hard, but every step he is getting closer. We're going to have a race in 3. Good move there from Carey. Calfan going with him, then Lynch in next position. Stocky, Vernal, Verway, Mayston, Hynam, then Doherty, Schulberg, and Wilson in that order. And we are going to have a threesome out front soon, Michael.
And we look at the leg speed of the 3 athletes at the head of the field, and they are 1, 2, 3 now. Brooks, Rebesco, and Doze now just having a little bit of a rest momentarily. Rebesco going bang and passing Brooks, as does Doze, getting the toe from Rebesco with 500 metres to go. They'll enter the straight for the second last time. Do they go all at once and leave Brooks behind, or does Brooks hang on for this final kick finish? They're about to collect the bell. They're about to come in with 400 metres to go as Rebesco just slips off into lane 2. Maybe letting Doze just go through. It's a real tactical affair. It's a bit of cat and mouse out there. What's going to happen in this last lap, Tim?
This is another great race. We've been treated to some awesome racing here tonight at Lakeside, and this one is going to go down to the wire. We've got the strength of Rubesco. He came second in the Puffing Billy 13K. That's a tough race, but we've got the pedigree, and look at the poise of Doze as he starts to wind it up. So two different styles here, and I think we're going to see the track specialist in Bevan Doze just starts to ease away. The strength of Rubesco over this last 200 probably won't get him through.
And Rubesco is a bit unknown coming into this race, and boy, oh boy, has he shown that he still remembers how to run track. But Doze, biding his time, sitting back in the field, working his way through bit by bit. He enters the home straight for the final time, will charge towards the finish line in an attempt to take out the men's C 5,000 metres.
So great running here. Bevan Doze, he's back. The Frankston runner stops the clock at 15:27. Still a smile on his face too, Michael. He was smiling the last few laps. Thomas Rubesco, what do you say? Great return. What a run from Thomas. And Campbell Brooks rounds out our top three places in the D race. What a quality race that is as Carey comes through. Big run from Carey, 15:46. So he'll be happy with that one. Calfan in next position. And the old band there in Dane Verway comes through next. Leach, 15:54 thereabouts. Then Mayston, Schulberg, sub-16. So too Vernal. Those guys will be very happy with that as Stocky and Doherty fight each other into the home straight here. They'll be just a tick over the 16-minute mark. But great running as Hynam and also Wilson round out the field here in the final event of the evening. Wilson just taking that one from Hynam. So that concludes all of our events here tonight. Big thank you to all of our Victorian officials and their volunteers who've stepped out to do the lap scoring for us. We're much appreciated. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Fantabulous Phil. Great working with you guys on the mic. It's been an entertaining night here. And once again, big thank you to our Victorian officials for putting off another great event at Lakeside.
And he's locked in, but what a goal!